Story 1. My daughter called me pathetic and didn't invite me to her wedding. 3 months later, her husband left her, and she called me with nowhere to live. I'm 55 years old, and I need to tell you about the worst day of my life. Actually, scratch that. The worst week, worst month, maybe worst year. This whole thing has been a nightmare I still can't fully process. I work as a nurse at County General Hospital. I have been there for over 30 years now, and for 28 of those years my daughter has been my entire world, my reason for existing, my everything. When her father walked out on us, she was only 3 at the time. I made myself a promise that she'd never feel abandoned, never feel like she wasn't enough. I would be both parents, work however many jobs it took, sacrifice whatever needed sacrificing. And I kept that promise. God, did I keep it? Double shifts became my normal. I'd work from 7 o'clock in the morning until midnight, sleep 4 hours, then do it again. Weekends, I took private caretaker jobs, sitting with elderly patients while their families went on vacation or out to dinner. Every dollar went to her. She had better clothes than I ever wore, ate better food, and got everything she wanted while I made do with nothing. I paid her college tuition. I'm still paying off the loans. Actually, for more years to go on those. My back is destroyed from decades of lifting patients. My feet are covered in calluses and bunions. I look 10 years older than I am, but I told myself it was worth it because she was happy and thriving, and that's what mattered. We were close. At least I thought we were. We talked every single day, sometimes multiple times. I knew all her friends, heard about her job drama, knew every detail of her life. When she started dating this guy 2 years ago, I had bad feelings about him immediately. He was cold toward me, barely looked at me when we spoke, and gave one-word answers like I was inconvenient. But she seemed happy with him, so I kept my mouth shut. Her happiness always came first. 8 months ago, she told me they were getting engaged. I was thrilled. I started saving money immediately. It wasn't easy on a nurse's salary with all my debt. I picked up extra shifts until my supervisor literally begged me to take a day off. I sold jewelry my mother left me, including a gold bracelet and pearl earrings that had been in our family for generations. I took out a small loan against my pension, even though my financial advisor said it was a terrible idea. I didn't care. This was my daughter's wedding. I scraped together $8,000. It took me a year of killing myself to save that much. I gave it to her 6 months ago in an envelope, told her to plan whatever wedding would make her happiest. She cried when I gave it to her, hugged me, and said I was the best mother in the world. That moment felt like everything had been worth it. After that, I kept asking about wedding plans. What venue, what date, what colors. I wanted to help. I wanted to be involved, but she'd get vague. Still figuring it out, Mom. It's complicated with his family schedule. I'll let you know soon. I didn't push. I never pushed her about anything because I never wanted to be a burden. Last Saturday, I was home after a brutal Friday night shift. 16 hours on my feet, 3 emergency admissions, and I just wanted to sleep. My phone buzzed. My sister. The message said, "Sit down before you open these." My stomach dropped. I sat on my bed, hands shaking, and opened the attachments. Photos, dozens of them. A wedding, my daughter's wedding, had happened the day before while I was at work. A small venue with fairy lights and modest decorations. My daughter in a white dress beaming, her husband looking smug in a rented suit, his family and friends surrounding them. Not a single person from her side. No family, no childhood friends, no one who'd known her before him. I scrolled through every photo like I was trapped in a nightmare. I recognized the venue, a place downtown that probably cost $2,000. My $2,000. She'd gotten married without telling me, without inviting me. I found out the same way strangers did, through social media posts after the fact. Couldn't breathe. The room spun. $8,000. A year of my life, selling my mother's jewelry. A loan I'd be paying off for years. Also, my daughter could have a beautiful wedding I wasn't allowed to attend. I wasn't even worth a phone call telling me it was happening. I didn't sleep that night. Couldn't. I just sat at my kitchen table staring at those photos on my phone until my eyes burned and my back ached from sitting in one position for hours. I called her 15 times. Every call went straight to voicemail. I texted her, too. Messages that probably sounded increasingly desperate and unhinged. Why wasn't I invited? How could you do this? I gave you $8,000. Please just talk to me. All delivered but never read or read and ignored, which somehow felt worse. My sister came over Sunday morning without calling first, took one look at me, and started making coffee I couldn't drink and toast I couldn't eat. She was furious on my behalf, listing all the ways this was unforgivable. But I barely heard her. I was somewhere else entirely, trying to understand how the person I'd sacrificed everything for could do something this cruel. Sunday afternoon, my phone finally rang. I answered so fast I almost dropped it. Mom, I know you're upset, but you need to calm down. That's how she started. Not with an apology or explanation, but with a command to manage my emotions for her convenience. You're blowing up my phone, and it's honestly really embarrassing. I couldn't speak for a second. Embarrassing? I was embarrassing her? Why wasn't I invited to your wedding? She sighed like I was being unreasonable. It wasn't personal. We wanted to keep it small and intimate. Just immediate family and close friends. I'm your mother. I am your immediate family. I know, but it's complicated. He has a big family and we couldn't invite everyone, so we decided to just keep it to people who are part of our daily lives now. I gave you $8,000 for this wedding, and we really appreciate that. The money helped a lot with everything. She said it so casually, like it was just a transaction. Like I was a distant relative who'd sent a check, not her mother who destroyed herself to save that money. So, you took my money and didn't invite me because I'm not part of your daily life anymore? Mom, don't twist this around. You're making everything about you when this was supposed to be about me and him starting our life together. Then why did you take my money? My voice was shaking now. Anger was mixing with the hurt. Silence. Long, heavy silence. Then, Mom, I need to be honest with you. He didn't want you there. Okay, I'm sorry, but that's the truth. The words felt like physical blows. What do you mean he didn't want me there? His family is different from us. They have money. They're sophisticated, cultured. He was worried you'd feel out of place, that you'd be uncomfortable. So, this was about protecting my feelings? Even as I said it, I knew it was a lie. Not exactly. Another pause. He thinks you're kind of pathetic, Mom. I'm sorry, but he said you work too much, that you don't have your own life, that you're too dependent on me emotionally. He didn't want that energy at our wedding. Pathetic. The word hit me like a slap. My daughter's husband, this man I'd never liked, who'd barely spoken to me in 2 years, thought I was pathetic. And my daughter had agreed with him enough to exclude me from her wedding. And what do you think? My voice was barely above a whisper. Do you think I'm pathetic? Too long of a pause. Way too long. I think maybe he has a point. You do make your whole life about me, and it's a lot of pressure. Always sacrificing everything. Always making me. You work so hard. Maybe if you had your own life, things would be healthier between us. I felt something break inside me. Not just my heart. Something deeper. The illusion that my sacrifices meant something to her. The belief that love and effort created bonds. All of it shattered in that moment. I need to go, I said. Mom, don't be mad. I'm just being honest. I gave you $8,000. I sold my mother's jewelry. I worked double shifts until I could barely stand. All of that for your wedding. And you excluded me because your husband thinks I'm pathetic and you agree with him. That's not fair. What's not fair is finding out about my daughter's wedding through social media. What's not fair is being called pathetic by someone who's never worked a double shift in his life. My voice was getting louder, colder. You know what? Call me when you figure out how to be a decent person. I hung up. She tried calling back immediately, but I didn't answer. I just sat there staring at my phone, waiting for the guilt to come, for that maternal instinct to kick in and make me call her back and apologize. It didn't come. Instead, I felt something new. Something I hadn't felt in decades. Anger. Pure, clean, liberating anger. Monday morning, I went to work on autopilot. I got through my shift in a fog while my coworkers kept asking if I was okay. I said I was fine, which was an obvious lie since I looked like I'd been hit by a truck. During lunch, I sat in my car and started thinking clearly for the first time since Saturday. I started thinking about money. The $8,000 wasn't everything. I had more saved up. Another $3,000 in cash, literally in a shoebox in my closet that I'd been planning to give them as a wedding gift. Money I'd saved by working extra shifts and eating instant noodles for dinner. Money that was supposed to help them start their new life together. And then there was the apartment. 2 months ago, they'd asked me to co-sign their lease because neither of them had good enough credit. The place was $850 a month in a nice neighborhood they absolutely couldn't afford on their own. But I'd said yes immediately, filled out all the paperwork, sent in my financial information, and basically guaranteed their housing for a year. Sitting in my car, something clicked in my brain. A cold clarity I hadn't felt in years. They'd used me. They took my money, took my credit, and planned to keep taking while thinking I was pathetic and embarrassing, all while agreeing I wasn't good enough to be seen at their wedding. I pulled out my phone and called the property management company. "Hi, I'm calling about the lease application for Unit 212. I'm one of the co-signers and I need to withdraw my application." "Oh," the woman sounded surprised. "Are you sure? Because if you withdraw, the applicants will need another qualified co-signer or they won't meet our requirements." "I'm sure. I want to be removed from the application immediately." "Okay, I can process that. The applicants will be notified within 24 hours that they need alternative guarantor information." When I hung up, I waited for guilt to hit me, for that voice in my head that always told me to fix things for her, to make everything better. It didn't come. Instead, I felt satisfied, cold and satisfied that I'd finally done something for myself. After work, I stopped at my bank with the shoebox from my closet. $3,000 in cash. I walked up to the counter and deposited it all into my savings account. My account, not theirs, mine. Next, I went home and gathered all the wedding gifts I'd been buying for months. Kitchen stuff, mostly nice dishes, fancy towels, a coffee maker she'd mentioned wanting, some small appliances. Probably another $1,000 worth of items, all carefully chosen and boxed up in my spare room. I loaded everything into my car and drove to a women's shelter across town. A woman answered the door and her face lit up when she saw all the boxes. "These are donations," I said. "Kitchen items, all new." "Oh my goodness. This is wonderful. We have families moving into transitional housing all the time who need exactly this kind of thing. Thank you so much." We carried everything inside together. She kept thanking me, kept telling me how much this would help people. When she hugged me before I left, this complete stranger hugged me and called me an angel. I got back in my car and cried for 20 minutes. That night, I made myself a simple dinner and sat at my kitchen table eating alone. My spare room looked empty without all those carefully chosen gifts. But that emptiness felt right somehow, like I'd cleared space for something new. For the first time in decades, I'd done something generous that had nothing to do with my daughter. I'd given to people who actually needed help instead of funding a lifestyle for someone who thought I was pathetic. My sister called that evening. "How are you holding up?" "I withdrew as co-signer on their apartment lease." Silence, then, "Good. What else?" "Donated all the wedding gifts I bought. Deposited the cash I'd saved for them into my own account." "Good," she said again, fiercer this time. "What did she say?" "She doesn't know yet. The property management company won't notify them until tomorrow." "She's going to call you," my sister warned. "Probably." I paused. "I don't think I'm going to answer." My sister was quiet for a moment. "I'm proud of you. I know this is hard, but you're doing the right thing. She needs to learn that actions have consequences." After we hung up, I sat in my green living room. I'd painted it green years ago, but she'd complained it was too dark. So, I'd almost repainted it beige for her, and felt something I hadn't felt in years. Relief. Like I'd been holding my breath for 28 years and finally exhaled. They showed up at my door Wednesday evening, 5 days after the wedding. Both of them looking absolutely furious. I opened the door but didn't invite them in. I just stood there in the doorway waiting. "What the hell did you do?" He didn't even say hello. Just immediate aggression like I was the one who'd done something wrong. You'll need to be more specific, I said calmly. The apartment, my daughter said. She looked like she'd been crying. The property management company said you withdrew as our co-signer. We're supposed to move in next week, and now they're saying we don't qualify without you. I know. You know? He stepped closer, trying to intimidate me. You're sabotaging us because you're mad about the wedding? That's insane. That's actually psychotic. I looked at him, really looked at him for the first time. Younger than my daughter by 2 years. Never held a job for more than 6 months. Wearing a watch that cost more than his monthly income. Where did he get the money for that? Oh right, my $8,000. I'm not sabotaging anything. I'm just not helping anymore. We need that apartment, my daughter said. We're staying with his parents right now and it's awful. We can't keep living there. That sounds difficult. I'm sure you'll figure something out. You promised you'd help us. Her voice was getting shrill now. That was before. Before what? But she knew. They both knew. Before I gave you $8,000 for a wedding I wasn't invited to. Before your husband decided I was too pathetic to be seen in public. Before you agreed with him. He flinched. So she told him what she'd said to me. Good. That's not what I meant, she started. That's exactly what you meant. I looked at him again. You think I'm not sophisticated enough for your family? You think I'm awkward and pathetic? Fine. Then you certainly don't need my money or my credit score. This is different, he said. This is our housing. You're being petty. Petty? I tasted the word. I worked double shifts for 28 years. I destroyed my body. I sold my mother's jewelry. I took out a loan I'm still paying off. I gave you $8,000. And the only thing I asked for in return was to be included in one day. One single day. And you couldn't even do that. My daughter was full-on sobbing now. Mom, please. I'm sorry. It was a mistake. Please don't punish us like this. I'm not punishing you. I'm done sacrificing myself for people who think I'm an embarrassment. There's a difference. We'll pay you back, he said suddenly. The $8,000. We'll pay you back and then you can co-sign the lease. I actually laughed. With what money? Neither of you can hold down a decent job. You're living with his parents because you can't afford anything on your own. You think I believe you'll pay me back? You're a cold. You know that, he said. Get off my property. Mom. Get off my property. I started to close the door. He tried to push it open, but I'd already turned the deadbolt. They stood outside for another 10 minutes, him yelling threats through the door, her crying and begging. He said I'd regret this. She said I was ruining her life. Eventually, they left. I sat on my couch and waited for the guilt to overwhelm me, for that maternal instinct to kick in and make me run after them, apologize and fix everything like I always did. It didn't happen. Instead, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Peace. My phone started ringing almost immediately. My daughter calling over and over. I didn't answer. Then texts started coming. How could you do this to us? You're supposed to be my mother. I can't believe how selfish you're being. We're going to be homeless because of you. I read each one carefully. Noticed how every single message was about what I'd done to her. Not one apology for excluding me from the wedding. Not one acknowledgement that maybe, just maybe, they treated me horribly. Just blame. Endless blame for refusing to keep funding a life I wasn't good enough to be part of. I blocked her number. Blocked his too. Then I ordered pizza. Something I never did because it felt too indulgent. And watched a movie I'd been wanting to see for months. I sat on my couch in my green living room eating pizza straight from the box. Not having to share with anyone or feel guilty about spending money on myself. For the first time in 28 years, I was putting myself first. And it felt terrifying and liberating in equal measure. The next 2 weeks were eerily quiet. No calls, no texts, no surprise visits. My sister kept checking in, asking if I'd heard anything. I hadn't. Part of me wondered if this was it, if we were just done now. 28 years erased because I'd finally said no. I started doing something strange during this time. I started living. I know that sounds dramatic, but it's true. For the first time in decades, I made decisions based on what I wanted, not what she needed. It started with small things. I bought myself new clothes. Actual clothes I liked, not just practical work stuff. A blue sweater that made my eyes look brighter. Jeans that actually fit. Boots I'd been wanting for months. I went to the mall on a Saturday. Just wandered around with no purpose except enjoying myself. I couldn't remember the last time I'd done that. Probably before she was born 28 years ago. I also finally went to the dentist. I had 2 cavities that needed filling and a cleaning I'd been putting off for 3 years. The dentist asked why I'd waited so long. I gave some excuse about being busy. But the truth was I'd been funneling every extra dollar to my daughter. My own health had taken a back seat. Actually, it hadn't even been in the car. I started cutting my hours at work, too. I told my supervisor I was done with double shifts unless absolutely necessary. She looked shocked. I'd been the reliable one, the one who always said yes to extra hours for 28 years straight. "Everything okay?" she asked carefully. "Everything's fine. Better than fine, actually. I just realized I've been killing myself for nothing." She didn't ask for details, but she nodded like she understood. With my free time, I did something I'd always wanted to do. I painted my bedroom, changed it from boring beige to a deep purple I'd always loved. My daughter had seen paint samples years ago and said it was too dark, too dramatic. So I'd gone with beige, safe, boring beige that she approved of. Now, I sat in my purple bedroom reading books I'd bought for myself, drinking coffee I'd made the way I liked it, and felt this unfamiliar sensation. Contentment. Actual contentment. My sister came over one Sunday with takeout. She saw the bedroom and raised her eyebrows. "When did you do this?" "Last week. It's gorgeous. Very you." Then, more carefully, "Heard from her?" "No, nothing." "How do you feel about that?" I thought about it. I feel like I spent 28 years being her mother and forgot to be a person, and now I'm just being a person again. She hugged me. "I'm proud of you. What you did standing up for yourself. That took real courage." Or, "I'm a terrible mother who abandoned her daughter when she needed me," I said, voicing the fear that woke me up at 3 o'clock in the morning sometimes. "She's 28 years old, married, employed. She doesn't need you. She just wants your money." My sister's voice was firm. "And when you stopped providing it, you stopped existing to her. That tells you everything you need to know." It was true. My daughter hadn't called to ask how I was doing, hadn't called to genuinely apologize. She'd only reached out when she needed something. And when I couldn't provide it, I became the villain. I started going to a dance class, too. Beginner ballroom dancing on Thursday nights. I was terrible at it. Kept stepping on my partner's feet. But it was fun. The instructor was this energetic woman in her 60s who kept shouting, "Dancing is just controlled falling." And I loved her for it. After class one night, a few of us went to a coffee shop nearby. Just sat around talking, laughing, being social. I realized I hadn't had real friends in years. I'd had coworkers I was friendly with, sure, but actual friends, people I did things with outside of work. That had died when my daughter was born, and I decided she was my entire world. One of the women, her name was Ruth, recently divorced, asked what I did for fun. "This," I said, gesturing to the coffee shop, our group. "This is the most fun I've had in years." She laughed like I was joking, but when she saw my face, her expression softened. "Honey, we need to get you out more." And they did. They started inviting me to things, movie nights, dinners, a book club that met twice a month. I said yes to everything. This whole world was opening up that I'd been closed off from for decades. My daughter had no idea any of this was happening. Had no idea I was building a life that didn't revolve around her. And honestly, that felt good. Felt really, really good. 3 weeks after the confrontation, my sister called me at work. "I saw them today at the grocery store." "Okay," I said, bracing myself. They looked rough. She looked exhausted, and they were arguing in the checkout line. Nothing violent, just bickering about money. I think he kept saying something about bills. I felt something, but it wasn't the desperate need to fix everything that would have consumed me a month ago. It was more like distant concern, the way you'd feel hearing about a stranger's problems. "Did she see you?" "Yeah. We made eye contact and she looked away immediately. Didn't come over. Probably embarrassed, I said. Probably. My sister paused. Their situation must be bad if they're fighting in public like that. She was fishing, trying to see if I'd rush in to save the day. But I didn't take the bait. That's between them. I'm proud of you, she said quietly. I know this is hard. It was hard. Some days I woke up with this ache in my chest, this need to call her and fix things. But then I'd remember her calling me pathetic. I'd remember finding out about the wedding through social media. I'd remember 28 years of sacrificing everything while she took and never once asked if I was okay. At work, one of the older nurses, a woman named Ruth, who'd been there even longer than me, pulled me aside during lunch. You seem different lately in a good way. Different how? Lighter. Like you're not carrying the weight of the world anymore. She stirred her coffee. My daughter was like yours once. Needed me for everything. Took everything. Gave nothing back. I spent years destroying myself trying to make her happy. What changed? I stopped, just like you're doing now. And you know what happened? She fell on her face a few times, figured out how to handle her own life, and now we actually have a relationship. A real one. How long did that take? About 2 years before she came back around. Ruth smiled. But it was worth the wait. Now she calls to ask about my life. Not just when she needs something. 2 years. Could I handle 2 years of this silence? This not knowing? That weekend, I did something I'd been thinking about for weeks. I called a therapist and made an appointment. The earliest they had was 3 weeks out, which actually felt right. It gave me time to prepare. In the meantime, I kept building my new life. The dance class became a regular thing. I was getting better, actually learning the steps instead of just stumbling through them. I started going to a painting class, too. Watercolors on Wednesday evenings. I was terrible at it, but it didn't matter. The instructor, a patient man in his 50s, said the point wasn't perfection, but expression. Let yourself make mistakes, he said when I got frustrated with a painting that looked nothing like the reference photo. That's where the interesting stuff happens. One Thursday after dance class, the group invited me to dinner. Just a casual thing at a restaurant nearby. I almost said no. Old habit. Always rushing home like someone was waiting for me there. But I said yes instead. We sat around this table for 3 hours just talking, laughing, sharing stories. One woman talked about her divorce, another about her kids moving out of state. Everyone had their own complicated lives, their own struggles, and nobody was judging anyone. We were just people being real with each other. Walking to my car afterward, I realized I was smiling. Actually smiling. When was the last time I'd smiled like this? My phone rang as I unlocked my car. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Is this her? A woman's voice. Older, refined, cold as ice. Who is this? I'm his mother. We need to talk about what you're doing to my son and your daughter. His mother. The sophisticated family I wasn't good enough to meet. I sat in my car, engine off, and listened. I'm not doing anything to anyone, I said calmly. You withdrew your support out of spite. They're struggling because of you. Living in a terrible place, fighting constantly. Their marriage is falling apart. You're destroying them. Their marriage is 3 months old. If it's already falling apart, that has nothing to do with me. You're her mother. You're supposed to support her unconditionally. I did support her for 28 years unconditionally. And when I asked for one thing, to be included in her wedding, she told me I was too pathetic and embarrassing. So no, I'm done supporting unconditionally. She made a mistake. She took $8,000 from me and then excluded me from the event that money paid for because your son has standards. I let that sink in. If your son's family is so good and sophisticated, you can support them. You can co-sign their lease. You can pay their bills. Silence. Then, we've already given them. She stopped herself. But I'd heard enough. They'd given them something. Money, probably. And it wasn't enough. If your family already helped them and they're still struggling, maybe your son should get a better job, I said. Instead of expecting working-class mothers he's ashamed of to fund his lifestyle. How dare you? I hung up. My hands were shaking, but not from fear, from anger. The absolute nerve of this woman to call me and demand I bankroll her son's life while also accepting that he thought I wasn't good enough to attend the wedding. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the conversation. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, my phone buzzed. A text from my daughter's number. I'd unblocked it at some point without really thinking about it. "I can't believe you spoke to his mother like that. She was trying to help us and you were completely disrespectful. What is wrong with you?" I stared at that message for a long time. What is wrong with you? Not, "I'm sorry she called you." Not, "I wish this situation was different." Just blame. Always blame. I typed back, "I'm done being disrespected by your husband's family while you take my money. When you're ready to treat me like a human being instead of an ATM, we can talk." I sent it before I could second-guess myself. She didn't respond immediately. I laid in bed staring at the ceiling, waiting. The response came an hour later. "You're going to regret this. We're family." "No," I typed back. "Family doesn't exclude each other from weddings and then demand money. You made your choice." This time I blocked her number again, for real this time. Blocked him too. Then I did something I probably should have done weeks ago. I changed my locks. It was paranoid maybe, but after that confrontation at my door and now his mother calling, I didn't trust them not to show up when I wasn't home. I called a locksmith first thing in the morning. Cost me $200, but it was worth it for the peace of mind. My first therapy appointment was on a Tuesday afternoon. I'd taken a half day off work, which was something I never did. The therapist was a woman in her early 40s named Dr. Hayes. Calm, professional, she immediately put me at ease. "Tell me why you're here," she said. I told her everything. The abandonment by my ex-husband, the decades of sacrifice, the wedding, the $8,000, the confrontations, my daughter calling me pathetic. All of it came pouring out. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then, "Do you know what codependency is?" I had a vague idea. She explained it thoroughly. How I'd made my daughter the center of my identity. How I'd used her needs as an excuse not to build my own life. How I'd created a dynamic where she learned my love meant endless giving without boundaries. "You taught her that your needs don't matter," Dr. Hayes said gently. "And now you're surprised that she doesn't think they matter." That hit like a freight train because she was right. Every time I'd worked a double shift instead of taking care of myself. Every time I'd said, "Don't worry about me," when she forgot my birthday. Every time I'd smiled through exhaustion and said, "I'm fine." I was teaching her that I didn't matter, that my pain was irrelevant as long as she was happy. "I thought that's what good mothers did," I said. "Sacrifice everything." "Sacrifice isn't love," she said. "Martyrdom isn't love. Love includes boundaries. Love includes teaching your children that other people's needs and feelings matter too, not just theirs." I cried in that session. Not sad crying, something else. Relief, maybe, or recognition. I was seeing the pattern clearly for the first time. And while it hurt, it also explained everything. "Here's what I want you to understand," Dr. Hayes said near the end. "Setting boundaries with your daughter isn't abandoning her. It's the most loving thing you can do right now. You're teaching her that actions have consequences, that she can't treat people terribly and expect them to keep supporting her. That's a lesson she desperately needs." Over the next few sessions, we dug deeper. We talked about my ex-husband's abandonment and how it had left me desperate to prove I was enough. How I'd transferred all my self-worth into being needed by my daughter. How the wedding wasn't just a betrayal. It was proof that I'd built my entire life on a foundation that never actually existed. "You have time," Dr. Hayes said during one session. "You're 55, not 95. You can still build a life that's yours." That became my mantra. You have time. And I started believing it. Therapy became my anchor over the next few weeks. Every session peeled back another layer. It helped me see patterns I'd been blind to for decades. We talked about how I'd essentially been living through my daughter instead of living my own life. How terrifying it was to suddenly have to figure out who I was as a person, not just as a mother. "What do you want?" Dr. Hayes asked during one session. "Not what you think you should want, not what would make your daughter happy. What do you actually want for yourself?" I sat there for a long moment, realizing I didn't know. I couldn't remember the last time I'd asked myself that question. I don't know, I admitted. Then that's your homework. Start figuring it out. So I did. I started small. What food did I actually like? Turned out I loved spicy food, but I'd always made bland meals because my daughter didn't like spice. What movies did I enjoy? Action movies, which surprised me. I'd always watched romantic comedies because that's what she wanted to watch. I started making a list of things I'd always wanted to do. Travel to the coast. Learn to paint better, maybe even date someday, though that felt terrifying. I'd been with my ex-husband since I was 23, and after he left, I just never made time for romance. Meanwhile, news about my daughter kept trickling in through my sister and mutual acquaintances. They'd found a cheaper apartment in a worse neighborhood. We're fighting constantly. Their neighbors had complained about the noise multiple times. He was being aggressive and cruel, blaming her for losing my financial support. Do you feel guilty? Dr. Hayes asked when I mentioned this. Sometimes, but mostly I just feel sad. Sad for her or sad for yourself? For myself. I realized for all the years I wasted. I could have had a life, friends, hobbies, relationships. Instead, I worked myself to death for someone who ended up thinking I'm pathetic. It's not too late, she reminded me. You're building that life now. And I started going to the coast on weekends. Just day trips at first, driving out early morning and coming back at night. The ocean felt healing somehow. I sat on the beach for hours reading, watching the waves, just being. I signed up for a better painting class, too. More advanced techniques, smaller group. The instructor was impressed with my progress. You're a natural, he said, which made me laugh because I'd spent 55 years not knowing that about myself. The dance class continued. I'd gotten good enough that they asked me to perform in a small showcase they were organizing. I almost said no. The old fear of being seen, of being judged, of not being good enough. But then I thought about my daughter excluding me because I wasn't sophisticated enough. And something in me rebelled. Yes, I told the instructor. I'll do it. I started practicing extra hours. I got a dress for the performance. Nothing fancy, but it made me feel beautiful. The night of the showcase, my sister came to watch. So did Ruth from work and a few people from my painting class. People I'd let into my life over these past few months. When I walked onto that little stage and started dancing, I felt something I'd never felt before. Not nervousness or fear of judgment, just joy. Pure, uncomplicated joy. Afterward, everyone congratulated me. My sister hugged me tight. You were amazing. When did you get so good? When I started doing things for myself instead of for everyone else, I said. That night, lying in bed, I got a text from an unknown number. Took me a minute to realize it was my daughter. She'd gotten a new number or was texting from someone else's phone. I heard you were dancing in some showcase. Glad you're living your best life while I'm struggling. The bitterness was palpable. Part of me wanted to respond, to defend myself, to explain, but I didn't. I just deleted the message and went to sleep. 3 months after the wedding, my sister told me they'd separated. He'd kicked her out of the apartment during a fight. She was staying with a friend, barely scraping by, devastated. She's going to call you, my sister warned. I know. What are you going to do? I thought about it. About the woman I'd been 3 months ago who would have dropped everything to rescue her. And about the woman I was now, who'd learned the hard way that rescuing someone from their own choices just enabled them to keep making bad ones. I'm going to tell her I love her, but I can't fix this for her. My sister looked at me for a long moment. You've changed. Really changed. I had to. The old version of me was dying inside. And it was true. The old me, the one who lived entirely through her daughter, who had no identity beyond being a mother, who sacrificed everything and got nothing in return. She was gone. And I didn't miss her at all. The call came on a Friday night. I was at home halfway through a book I'd been enjoying when my phone rang. Her number or a new number, I couldn't tell. I let it ring 4 times before answering. Hello, Mom. Her voice was wrecked, crying so hard I could barely understand her. Mom, please. I need help. Everything's falling apart and I don't know what to do. I sat down, gripping the phone. What happened? He kicked me out. Just told me to leave. Wouldn't even let me pack all my stuff. I'm staying with a friend, but she says I can only be here another week. I don't have anywhere to go. I don't have any money. Mom, please. I need you. I closed my eyes. This was the moment. It was the test of everything I'd learned in therapy. Everything I'd been building over the past 3 months. The old me would already be driving over there, would already be offering my spare room, my money, my life. I'm sorry you're going through this, I said carefully. That sounds really difficult. Can I come stay with you just for a little while until I figure things out? No. Silence. Then, no? Mom, I'm about to be homeless. How can you say no? You're not homeless. You're staying with a friend and you're 28 years old with a job. You can figure this out. I can't afford a security deposit and first month's rent on my own. I need help. Then you'll need to find a roommate situation or a cheaper place or pick up extra shifts at work. I'm not giving you money and you're not moving in with me. I can't believe this. Her voice shifted from desperate to angry. I'm your daughter and you're just going to let me suffer. I'm not letting you suffer. I'm letting you handle your own life. There's a difference. This is because of the wedding, isn't it? You're still punishing me for that. I took a deep breath. This isn't punishment. This is me finally setting boundaries. For 28 years, I made your problems my problems. I destroyed myself trying to fix everything for you. And you know what I got for it? You called me pathetic, excluded me from your wedding, took $8,000 from me, and then told me I wasn't good enough to be there. I apologized for that. No, you didn't. You said you were sorry I was hurt. That's not the same as being sorry for what you did. She was crying harder now. I can't do this alone. I need my mom. You have your mom. I'm right here. But I'm not going to be your ATM or your safety net anymore. You need to figure this out yourself. So that's it. You're just abandoning me. That word again, abandon. Setting boundaries isn't abandonment. I love you, but I can't save you from the consequences of your choices. I hate you, she said, and hung up. I sat there for a long time, phone in my hand, waiting for the guilt to crush me. Came in waves. What if she really did end up on the streets? What if something terrible happened to her? What if I was making a horrible mistake? I called Dr. Hayes' emergency line, left a message explaining what happened, and how I was feeling. She called back within an hour. You did the right thing, she said firmly. I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but you did. What if something happens to her? She has a job. She has friends. She's capable of handling this. You've just never let her prove it because you were always there to fix everything. She said she hates me. She's angry that you're not enabling her anymore. That's different from actually hating you. Give her time. Over the next few weeks, the messages continued. Sometimes angry, accusing me of being cruel and heartless. Sometimes desperate, begging for just a little help. Sometimes manipulative, reminding me of good times we'd had, asking if I even loved her anymore. I responded occasionally but kept my boundaries firm. I love you. I believe you can handle this. I'm not able to provide financial support. You're stronger than you think. She hated every response. Told me I'd changed, that I wasn't the mother she knew. You're right, I typed back once. I'm not. I'm someone who has her own life now. My sister kept me updated on what she could find out. My daughter had found a room to rent in someone's house. It was small and in a rough neighborhood, but it was hers. She was working extra shifts, learning to budget, figuring out how to survive on her own. She's doing it, my sister said during one of our calls. She's actually handling her life. I know, I said, and I felt proud of her, even if she'd hate knowing that. For months after the wedding, something unexpected happened. I went on a date. His name was Penn. I'd met him at my painting class about 6 weeks earlier. He was 58, a widower whose wife had died from cancer 3 years ago. We'd been chatting after class for weeks. Nothing serious, just friendly conversation about art and life. Then one night, he asked if I wanted to get coffee sometime. I almost said no. The guilt tried to surface. How could I date when my daughter was struggling? How could I think about my own happiness when our relationship was broken? But then I remembered Dr. Hayes saying I had time, that I deserved a life, that I was allowed to be happy. Yes, I said. I'd like that. The coffee date turned into dinner the next week, then a movie, then a walk in the park. Penn was kind, patient, genuinely interested in my life. He asked about my work, my hobbies, my thoughts on things. Not what I could do for him, but who I was as a person. Tell me about your family, he said during our third date. I gave him the short version. I have a daughter. We're going through a difficult period right now. I'm learning to set boundaries. He nodded. That's hard. I went through something similar with my youngest son. He was in his 30s, couldn't hold down a job, kept asking for money. My wife wanted to keep helping, but I finally said no. He was furious with us for years. How did you handle that? We stuck to our boundaries. It was hell for about 2 years. He barely spoke to us, but eventually he figured his life out, got a stable job, even apologized. Now we talk every week, and it's actually a real relationship. 2 years, I said. Everyone kept saying 2 years. It's worth it, Penn said. The relationship we have now is better than what we had before, because it's not based on me rescuing him. It's based on mutual respect. I started seeing Penn regularly, once a week at first, then twice. He met my sister, who approved immediately. He met my friends from dance class and painting. They all said the same thing. I seemed happy, really happy. Around this time, I noticed my daughter's texts had changed. Less frequent, less angry. Sometimes just a "how are you?" with no hidden agenda. I responded carefully, keeping things light but not diving back into the old pattern. Then one evening, she called. Actually called instead of texting. Can we talk? She asked. Her voice was different, calmer, more mature somehow. Of course. I've been thinking a lot about the wedding, about how I treated you, about everything, and I need to actually apologize. Not a fake apology, a real one. I sat down. I'm listening. I was so caught up in him, in being the person he wanted me to be, that I completely lost myself. And I let him turn you into this embarrassment, this problem to be hidden, when you were the person who'd sacrificed everything for me. Her voice cracked. I took $8,000 from you and then excluded you because I was ashamed. That's unforgivable, Mom. And I'm so sorry. I felt tears building. It hurt. It still hurts. I know. And I don't expect you to just forgive me or go back to how things were. I just wanted you to know that I see it now, what I did. And I'm sorry. We talked for over an hour. Really talked. I told her about therapy, about learning I'd been codependent, about how her needs had consumed my entire identity. She told me about her marriage falling apart, about realizing her ex-husband was emotionally abusive, about starting therapy herself. I think I was looking for Dad, she said, trying to prove I was good enough that a man wouldn't leave me, and I just found another guy who made me feel worthless. That makes sense, I said gently. I'm sorry I made you pay for his abandonment. You didn't deserve that. It was the most self-aware thing she'd ever said to me. I'm seeing someone, I mentioned toward the end of the conversation. Dating. There was a pause. Then, really, Mom? That's great. I'm really happy for you. She sounded like she meant it. We didn't fix everything in that one conversation. We didn't erase months of pain and boundary setting. But it was a start. A real start. The kind built on honesty instead of codependency. 5 months after the wedding, I took my first real vacation in over 20 years. Penn and I drove to the coast for a long weekend. We stayed at a little bed and breakfast, walked on the beach, ate at local restaurants, just enjoyed being away from everything. You seem different than when I first met you, Penn said one evening as we watched the sunset from the beach. Different how? More relaxed, more comfortable in your own skin. Like you've finally given yourself permission to exist. He was right. I'd spent 55 years being what other people needed. A wife, a mother, a nurse, a caretaker, never just being myself. Now I was learning who that person even was. and it felt like coming up for air after drowning for decades. My relationship with Penn was getting serious. We talked about maybe moving in together eventually, though we were taking it slow. He'd met my daughter briefly over coffee. Awkward but cordial. He didn't try too hard, which I appreciated. Just treated her like a regular person, not like someone he needed to win over. My daughter was doing better. Still working 2 jobs, living in that small room, but handling her life. We talked maybe once a week now. Short calls, mostly checking in. She told me about her therapy sessions, about things she was learning about herself. I told her about my life, dance class, painting, Penn. It was strange, this new dynamic. We were learning to be 2 separate people who cared about each other instead of the codependent mess we'd been before. Some days it felt awkward and uncomfortable. Other days it felt right in a way our old relationship never had. She invited me to lunch one Saturday, just the 2 of us. I almost said no, old fears about falling back into patterns, but Dr. Hayes encouraged me to go. "You've done the work," she said. "You can have lunch with your daughter without losing yourself." So I went. We met at a small cafe downtown. She looked tired but healthier somehow. Less like she was drowning and more like she was treading water. "How's work?" I asked. "Exhausting, but I'm learning a lot about budgeting, about managing money, about actually being an adult." She smiled ruefully. "Things I should have learned years ago if I hadn't been relying on you for everything. You're learning them now. That's what matters." "I got approved for my own apartment," she said. "Small 1-bedroom, nothing fancy, but it's mine. No roommates, no cosigners. I did it myself." I felt genuinely proud of her. "That's wonderful. Thank you for not saving me," she said suddenly. "I was so angry at you for months. Thought you were being cruel, but you were right. I needed to learn how to handle my own life." "I'm sorry it had to happen that way," I said. "But I'm not sorry for setting boundaries. You shouldn't be. I was using you, taking advantage of your love. That wasn't fair." We talked about other things, too. Her therapy, my therapy, the wedding, and how we'd both handled it terribly in different ways. It wasn't all resolved. Some wounds take years to heal, but we were both trying. Actually trying. When we left the cafe, she hugged me. "I love you, Mom. I love you too." Felt different than before. Less desperate, less suffocating, just genuine. My life had become something I'd never imagined. I was dating a man who respected me, had actual friends who I saw regularly, went to dance classes and painting classes, and actually enjoyed my free time instead of filling it with work. My apartment was decorated the way I wanted it. Deep purple bedroom, green living room, art I'd chosen myself on the walls. I'd cut my hours at work to 4 shifts a week instead of 6. No more double shifts unless absolutely necessary. My supervisor had adjusted, found other nurses to cover the extra hours. The world hadn't ended because I'd stopped being available 24/7. Financially, I was rebuilding. That $8,000 loss had hurt, and I was still paying off the loan, but I was managing. More importantly, I was saving money for things I wanted. A better car, maybe. A real vacation with Penn next year. Things that were for me. The old me wouldn't recognize this life. The woman who worked herself to death. Who had no identity beyond being needed. Who sacrificed everything and got nothing in return. That woman was gone. And while the journey to get here had been painful, the wedding, the confrontations, the months of silence, I wouldn't change it. Because for the first time in my adult life, I was actually living instead of just existing. It's been 8 months since the wedding that destroyed and rebuilt my life. 8 months since I found out through social media that my daughter had gotten married without me. 8 months since I started the hardest, most necessary journey of my life. Learning to be a person instead of just a mother. My relationship with my daughter is still healing. We talk once, maybe twice a week. Short conversations mostly, but real ones. She asks about my life now, actually listens to the answers, tells me about her therapy sessions and the things she's learning about herself, about codependency and people-pleasing and how she'd been repeating patterns from watching me. "I didn't know any other way to be," she told me recently. "You were so self-sacrificing that I thought that's what love looked like. Just endless giving without boundaries. And then I found a man who took advantage of that, just like I'd taken advantage of you. It was hard to hear, but it was true. We'd both been trapped in unhealthy patterns, passing damage down like an inheritance neither of us wanted. She's doing well now, still working 2 jobs, but in her own apartment, managing her own bills, building her own life. We had dinner last week. She cooked for me in her tiny kitchen, proud of the simple meal she'd made herself. The apartment was small, but clean and decorated with things she'd chosen. It wasn't much, but it was hers, earned through her own effort. I never understood how hard you worked, she said while we ate. Not until I had to do it myself. I'm sorry I didn't appreciate it. I'm sorry I called you pathetic when you were the strongest person I knew. I cried. She cried. We were finally being honest with each other. As for me, my life is unrecognizable from 8 months ago. Penn and I are getting serious. We're talking about moving in together next year. Taking things slow but steady. He makes me laugh. Makes me feel valued and seen. He's met my friends. Fits into my life without trying to control it. I'm still taking dance classes. I actually performed in another showcase last month and didn't feel terrified the whole time. Just felt joy. Penn was in the audience cheering embarrassingly loud. My daughter came too, brought flowers, hugged me afterward, and told me she was proud of me. The painting classes continue. I've gotten good enough that I've sold a few pieces at a local art fair. Nothing that'll make me rich, but seeing someone choose my art, pay money for something I created, felt incredible. I work 4 shifts a week now. No double shifts, no weekend caretaker jobs. My coworkers have adjusted. The hospital hasn't collapsed because I'm not there constantly. Turns out I wasn't as indispensable as I thought, which was actually a relief. My apartment is exactly how I want it. Deep purple bedroom, green living room, art on the walls that I chose because I liked it, not because someone else approved. It's small, but it's mine, my sanctuary. Financially, I'm still paying off that pension loan, still recovering from the $8,000 loss. But I'm managing, saving money for the first time in my life for things I want, not things someone else needs. Penn and I are planning a trip next spring. Real vacation, 2 full weeks somewhere warm with beaches. My sister says I look 10 years younger than I did 8 months ago. You're glowing, she told me last week. Like you finally remembered you're allowed to be happy. She's right. I'd forgotten that somewhere along the way. Forgotten that my happiness mattered. That my needs were valid. That I was allowed to exist as more than just a support system for someone else. Do I regret how everything happened? The wedding still hurts when I think about it. $8,000 I'll never get back. Months of pain and confusion and anger. But I don't regret setting boundaries. I don't regret finally choosing myself. Because here's what I learned. You can love someone and still have boundaries. You can be a good mother without destroying yourself. Sacrifice isn't love. It's just sacrifice. And sometimes the most loving thing you can do is let someone handle their own life. Even when they're struggling, even when you want desperately to fix everything. I'm 55 years old. I spent 28 years being a mother and forgot to be anything else. For the first time in decades, I'm living my own life. Not defined by what I can give or who needs me. Just a woman with hobbies and friends and a partner who values her. A woman who finally understands that she's enough just as she is. And that's not the ending I expected when this whole nightmare started 8 months ago. But it's the ending I needed. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My brother used me as a free babysitter, so I showed him the price. I never thought a 2 o'clock in the morning phone call would change my life forever. The phone rang insistently until I answered, still drowsy. It was Marcus, my older brother, and his voice was loaded with desperation. Sarah, I need your help. I have no one else. He spoke quickly, almost whispering. It's about Emma and Jake. I need you to take care of them for a few weeks, just until I sort some things out. I sat up in bed, trying to process what he was saying. Marcus had always been the problematic brother. But in recent years, he had distanced himself even more from the family. I barely saw the children, only during sporadic holidays. Marcus, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. What kind of problem do you have that can't wait until tomorrow? Crystal said, If the kids don't leave the house, she's leaving. Sarah, I love this woman. She's different from the others, but she can't handle small children. It's temporary, I swear. My heart tightened. Crystal was the new girlfriend, a woman I had met only once at a family barbecue. She had been cold with the children, barely looking at them. But I never imagined it would reach the point of giving an ultimatum. Marcus, you can't just abandon your children because of a woman. It's not abandonment, he practically shouted, then lowered his voice again. It's just temporary. A few weeks, maybe a month, just until I get a bigger apartment, a place where Crystal feels more comfortable. I wanted to say no. Every fiber of my being screamed to refuse. I had just graduated as a nurse, was starting my career, trying to build my own life. But when I thought of Emma, only 5 years old, and Jake with his 3 years, my heart softened. Where will they sleep? My apartment only has 1 bedroom. You'll figure it out. You always do. The manipulation in his voice was clear. Family doesn't abandon family, Sarah. You know that. 3 hours later, Marcus was at my door with 2 enormous suitcases and a colorful folder. The children were in the car, still in pajamas with sleepy and confused eyes. Emma was holding a worn teddy bear while Jake sucked his thumb. Here's everything you need to know, Marcus said, handing me the folder. Feeding schedules, bath routines, what shows they can watch. Emma can't eat chocolate after 4 in the afternoon or she gets hyperactive. Jake still wears diapers at night. I opened the folder and my heart sank. It wasn't just instructions. It was a military schedule. Rigid timetables for everything from when to wake up to when to sleep. A list of forbidden foods that took up an entire page. Rules about visits, about outings, about practically everything. Marcus, this looks more like a work contract than instructions for taking care of children. This is how things work, Sarah. Children need structure. He was already heading for the door. Oh, and cancel any commitments you have for the next weekends. The children can't stay with strangers. Wait, what do you mean by weekends? I thought this was just during the week while you work. Marcus stopped at the door without turning around. Crystal and I need time together. Relationships need care. Sarah, you'll understand when you find someone. And then he left, leaving 2 confused and scared children in my living room. Emma looked at me with big eyes and asked, "Where did Daddy go? When is he coming back?" I couldn't answer, not because I didn't know what to say, but because a part of me already suspected that Marcus had no intention of coming back as soon as he had promised. The first 2 weeks were a hell I wasn't prepared to face. Emma and Jake arrived with clothes that smelled of mold and old food, as if they hadn't bathed in days. When I finally managed to get them in the shower, I was shocked by what I saw. Emma was visibly thinner than I remembered, her ribs protruding under pale skin. Jake seemed lost, looking around my apartment as if he were on an alien planet. But what worried me most were the marks. Small bruises on Emma's arms, some already yellowed, others still purple. When I asked about them, she lowered her eyes and mumbled, "I fell down the stairs. Daddy said I'm clumsy." Jake practically didn't speak. At 3 years old, he should be chattering nonstop, asking questions about everything. Instead, he would shrink every time I raised my voice, even if it was just to call him for dinner. On the first night, Emma cried for 2 straight hours. I tried everything. Stories, songs, even letting her watch television in my bed. Nothing worked. "I want to go home," she sobbed. "I want my daddy. He'll be back soon, sweetheart. He just needed to sort out some things." But when I called Marcus the next day, the number he had left was disconnected. I tried the old number I had saved, also out of service. I sent messages on Facebook, emails, even tried calling some mutual acquaintances. Nothing. That's when I discovered the first lie. Emma should be in preschool. But when I called to confirm the schedule, the secretary told me she had never been enrolled. Jake also wasn't in any little school or daycare. "What do you mean they're not enrolled?" I asked Emma during breakfast. "Daddy said school is a waste of time. That Crystal will teach us at home." She played with the cereal and the milk, clearly uncomfortable. "But Crystal doesn't like it when we ask questions." My blood froze. Crystal lives with you? Emma nodded, still looking at her plate. She sleeps in Daddy's room. She screams a lot. She said children make too much noise and we need to learn to be quiet. That afternoon, Mrs. Henderson, my 70-year-old neighbor, knocked on my door with a plate of cookies. Dear, excuse me for intruding, but are these your brother's children? She looked at Emma and Jake, who were watching cartoons on television. I saw them a few times when I visited you, but they seem different. Different how? Mrs. Henderson lowered her voice, thinner and scared. The girl greeted me yesterday in the hallway, but when I smiled back, she hid behind you as if she expected to be scolded. This observation hit me like a punch in the stomach. It was true. The children behaved as if they were constantly expecting punishment for something. Mrs. Henderson, can I ask you a strange question? Did you by any chance see my brother leaving here in the early morning about 2 weeks ago? She frowned, thoughtful. Now that you mention it, yes, I did. He left with a blonde woman carrying suitcases. It was quite late, maybe 3 o'clock in the morning. I thought it was strange because the children weren't with them. My world collapsed. Marcus hadn't left the next morning as I thought. He had fled in the dead of night, leaving the children sleeping on my couch without even saying goodbye to them. That night, after Emma and Jake finally fell asleep, I sat on the bathroom floor and cried. They weren't tears of sadness. They were of pure rage. How could someone abandon their own children? How had I been so naive as to believe he would come back? But more than that, I was terrified because looking at those 2 traumatized children, I knew there was no going back. They were my responsibility now, whether I wanted it or not. The next morning, I called the nearest pediatric clinic and made emergency appointments for Emma and Jake. Dr. Martinez, a gentleman in his 50s, examined the children with meticulous care. When was their last appointment? He asked, flipping through the empty files. I'm not sure. I'm their aunt. I'm taking care of them temporarily. Dr. Martinez nodded, but I could see the concern in his eyes. He measured and weighed the children, did basic exams, and then asked to speak with me privately. Miss Sarah, I need to be direct with you. These children are severely malnourished. Emma should weigh at least 15 kilos for her age. She has 12. Jake should be speaking in complete sentences, but his vocabulary is that of a 2-year-old child. My heart raced. You mean they're sick? Not exactly sick, but definitely neglected. The bruises on Emma. She told me she fell down the stairs 3 times this month. It's possible, but statistically unlikely. He paused. Can I ask about the family situation? I told him everything. About Marcus disappearing, about Crystal, about the lies. Dr. Martinez listened in silence, taking notes. I recommend you seek a psychological evaluation for both. And I need to be honest. If I suspect ongoing abuse, I'm required by law to report to social services. Do you think they were abused? I think they were neglected, which is a form of abuse. The question is, how severe was this negligence? That night, while bathing Jake, he said his first complete sentence since he arrived. Sarah, are you going away too? My heart broke. No, sweetheart. I'm not going away. Daddy said he was coming back. Mommy said that too. Jake played with a rubber duck, avoiding my gaze. They always say they're coming back. What? Mommy? Jake, do you remember your mommy? He nodded. Mommy Jenny. She had hair like Emma's. Daddy said she went away because she didn't like us. Jennifer, Marcus's ex-wife. I knew they had divorced when Emma was little, but Marcus always said Jennifer had abandoned the family. Now I wondered how much of that story was true. Emma appeared at the bathroom door holding her teddy bear. Sarah, can I tell you a secret? Of course, sweetheart. She approached and whispered in my ear. Daddy said not to tell about the women who visited our house at night. He said it's an adult secret. My blood froze. What women, Emma? Different women. They made noise in Daddy's room. Crystal got angry and screamed at them. Once she screamed at me and Jake, said we were too noisy and nobody wanted us. That night, after the children slept, I sat at my computer and started researching. I looked for Jennifer, Marcus's ex-wife. It took a few hours, but I finally found a Facebook profile. Jennifer Collins, now Jennifer Williams, married again, living 2 hours away. In the photos, she looked happy, but there was something in her eyes that I recognized. The same sadness I saw in Emma's eyes. I took a deep breath and sent a message. Hi, Jennifer. I'm Sarah, Marcus' sister. I need to talk to you about Emma and Jake. It's urgent. The response came 20 minutes later. My God, Sarah. I've been looking for them for 2 years. Where are they? And that's how I discovered the most devastating truth of all. Jennifer hadn't abandoned her children. Marcus had fled with them in the dead of night, constantly changing addresses so she couldn't find them. She had spent thousands of dollars on lawyers and private investigators trying to get her children back. From that moment, I knew I was dealing with something much bigger and more dangerous than simple negligence. Marcus wasn't just an irresponsible father. He was a manipulator who used his own children as pawns in his sick games. I met with Jennifer at a coffee shop downtown 2 days later. She arrived with a thick folder under her arm and red eyes from crying so much. When she saw the photos of Emma and Jake on my phone, she broke down. My baby, she whispered, touching the screen where Emma smiled timidly. She's so thin. What did he do to them? Jennifer told me a story that made my stomach turn. Marcus had been controlling and manipulative from the beginning of the marriage. He isolated Jennifer from family and friends, controlled every penny she spent, and gradually began using the children as weapons against her. Whenever I tried to leave or do something for myself, he threatened to take Emma away from me. He said I was a terrible mother, that no judge would give me custody. Jennifer wiped her eyes with a napkin. When Jake was born, it got worse. He started bringing other women home, saying I didn't satisfy him anymore. And you didn't try to take the children? I tried. One night, I packed the bags and put Emma in the car. But Marcus found me before I could leave the garage. He dragged me back into the house and locked me in the room for 3 days, saying that if I tried to leave again, he would make Emma and Jake disappear where I would never find them. The story got even darker. Marcus eventually kicked Jennifer out of the house but kept the children. He moved constantly, always one step ahead of the investigators she hired. And every time she seemed to be getting close, he disappeared again. The last time I saw my children was 2 years ago. Emma was 3 years old. Jake only 1. They probably don't even remember me. Emma remembers, I said softly. She mentioned Mommy Jenny yesterday. Jennifer started crying again, but this time they were tears of relief. That afternoon, while Jennifer got reacquainted with her children, a moment both beautiful and heartbreaking, Mrs. Henderson knocked on my door with a serious expression. Sarah, dear, I need to show you something. She took me to her apartment and showed me a shoebox full of photographs. I know this might seem like I'm meddling, but I was worried about those children for months. Whenever I saw them, they seemed haunted. Mrs. Henderson flipped through the photos. I documented everything I saw. The images were devastating. Emma and Jake alone in the yard for hours, wearing dirty and ill-fitting clothes. Trash accumulated at the door of the house where they lived. Different cars arriving at night, unknown men coming and going. And in one particularly disturbing photo, Emma consoling Jake, who was crying in the middle of the street while screams came from the house. Why didn't you call the police? I asked. I tried once, but when the social worker showed up, Marcus was there well-dressed, the house was clean, and the children were well-behaved. He said I was a meddling neighbor with mental problems. Mrs. Henderson sighed. After that, he moved. I thought I would never see those children again. When was this? 6 months ago. He came back 2 months ago with a blonde woman, this Crystal you mentioned. But this time it was different. The children seemed even more scared, and I heard constant fights. Mrs. Henderson handed me the box. Take this. If you're going to fight for these children, you'll need all the evidence possible. That night, after Jennifer left, promising to return the next day with her lawyer, I sat with Emma on her bed. Emma, can I ask some questions about when you lived with Daddy? She nodded, hugging her teddy bear tighter. Do you remember staying home alone with Jake? Sometimes Daddy went out with Crystal or with other women. He said I was big enough to take care of Jake. Emma spoke quietly as if telling a secret. But I was scared. Jake cried a lot and I didn't know how to make him stop. At what age did this start? When I was 4 years old. Daddy said that if I told anyone, they would take us to a place where bad children go. My heart broke. A 4-year-old child being forced to care for a baby. Threatened to keep secrets. Traumatized by constant abandonment. And I had thought Marcus was just irresponsible. Emma, you know that none of this was your fault, right? She looked at me with big, confused eyes. But Daddy said I was too noisy. That's why the women didn't like us. That night, I made a decision. No matter what it cost, these children would never go back to Marcus. Even if it meant fighting the system, lying, or breaking laws. Some things are more important than rules. I hired a private investigator the next day. Detective Williams was a serious man in his 40s. A former police officer who now specialized in family custody cases. When I showed him Mrs. Henderson's photos and told the complete story, he nodded gravely. I've seen cases like this before. Men who use children as bargaining chips, who neglect them but refuse to give up custody for pure control. He took notes while speaking. The problem is that the legal system favors biological parents, even when they're clearly inadequate. How long do you think it will take to find Marcus? Not long. Men like him leave trails, especially when they're spending money they don't have. Detective Williams closed his notepad. But I need to warn you, when we find him, things could get ugly. Men like Marcus don't like losing control. He was right. In less than a week, Detective Williams called me with news. I found your brother. He's in Las Vegas staying at the Bellagio with this Crystal. And Sarah, you need to sit down to hear this. Marcus wasn't just solving financial problems. He was living like a king, spending money on gambling, expensive restaurants, and shows. His social media showed a life of luxury. Photos in casinos, at 5-star hotel poolsides, at restaurants that cost more in one night than I earned in a week. How is he paying for all this? I asked. That's the interesting part. He's collecting government benefits as a struggling single father. Food assistance, subsidized housing, pension for children in need. All based on the lie that he's taking care of 2 small children alone. My blood boiled. Marcus was literally profiting from abandoning his own children. There's more, Detective Williams continued. He's done this before. 2 years ago, he had another child with an ex-girlfriend named Rebecca. When the baby was born, Marcus disappeared. The child is now being raised by the paternal grandparents and Rebecca is suing Marcus for child support. How many children does he have? At least 3 that I could document. There could be more. That night I called Rebecca. She told me a terribly familiar story. Marcus promising change, then disappearing when the reality of parenthood became inconvenient. He said he wanted a family, Rebecca cried on the phone. Said he was ready to settle down. But when our son was born, he started complaining that the baby cried too much, was too expensive, that it was ruining his relationship with a new girlfriend. Did he just disappear? Worse, he took all the baby shower gifts, the money my family had given to help, even the stroller and crib. He left my son with nothing and disappeared in the dead of night. Every story I heard painted a darker picture. Marcus wasn't just a negligent father. He was a predator who used relationships and children as sources of income. He manipulated women into getting pregnant, collected money and gifts, and then disappeared when responsibility became inconvenient. But the most shocking discovery came when Detective Williams showed me the bank accounts he had managed to trace. Sarah, your brother moved more than $50,000 in the last 6 months. Fraudulent benefits, money borrowed from women he was dating, even a loan he got using Emma as a dependent. He's literally selling his own children, I whispered. Essentially, yes. And there's more. Crystal isn't just a passive girlfriend in all this. She's an accomplice. She helped him create false identities to get more benefits. And there's evidence that she's pressuring Marcus to get rid of the children permanently. What do you mean by get rid of? Detective Williams showed me screenshots of conversations he had obtained. Messages between Marcus and Crystal discussing how to make Sarah assume total responsibility while they continued collecting benefits. They're planning to permanently abandon the children with you? I asked, incredulous. It seems so. And Sarah, they know you have the children. Marcus hired someone to track you. He's coming back to town, not to get the children, but to force you to assume legal custody while he maintains parental rights and benefits. That night, I changed all the locks on my apartment and installed security cameras, because I knew the real battle was just beginning. Marcus showed up at my door 3 days later, and he wasn't alone. Crystal was with him along with 2 men I didn't recognize, big, intimidating, clearly there to cause fear. But Crystal stayed in the car, refusing to even get out of the vehicle. "Where are my children?" Marcus shouted through the door. "You have no right to keep them away from me." I had already instructed Emma and Jake about what to do if Daddy showed up. They were hidden in the back room with headphones, watching cartoons while Mrs. Henderson had discreetly called the police from her apartment. "Marcus, you abandoned these children a month ago," I shouted back. "You can't just show up and demand them back." I didn't abandon anyone. I was solving our financial situation, arranging a better place for all of us to live. His hypocrisy made me see red. Solving financial situation at the Bellagio? Living in 5-star hotels while your children were malnourished and traumatized. There was silence on the other side of the door. Then Crystal shouted from the car, "Look here, you meddling brat. These children are interfering with our life. Marcus and I have plans and these brats aren't part of them." "Crystal, shut up," Marcus hissed, but she continued shouting. "No, Marcus. I'm tired of this charade. You said you were going to make her assume total responsibility for them. That you would find a way to keep the benefits without having to deal with the children." My blood froze. They were really planning to force me to accept permanent custody while Marcus continued profiting from the benefits. "What kind of deal do you have in mind, Marcus?" I asked, trying to keep Crystal talking. "The kind where you stop meddling and accept the situation." One of the men spoke. "Look, lady, Marcus is the legal father. He can put these children anywhere he wants. You should be grateful he's letting them stay with you instead of sending them to an orphanage." That's when I heard the most terrible sound of my life. Emma screaming from the room. She had heard familiar voices and was terrified. "Please don't take me back," she cried. "Sarah, don't let them take me." Something inside me broke. I opened the door all at once, facing Marcus eye to eye for the first time in months. "Did you hear that?" I screamed. "Your own daughter is begging not to go back with you. What kind of father are you?" Marcus looked different. Thinner with bloodshot eyes, a nervous energy that made me suspect he was using drugs. "You turned her against me," he accused. "You filled her head with lies." "Lies? She arrived here malnourished with bruises, traumatized." Jake could barely speak. "Children get hurt, Sarah. Children are difficult. You'll learn that when you assume total responsibility for them." His cruelty hit me. "Assume total responsibility? What are you talking about?" Marcus smiled sinisterly. "Simple. You're going to file for legal custody. You'll assume all responsibilities, all expenses, everything. But I maintain my parental rights and can visit them whenever I want." "And why would I do that?" "Because the alternative is me putting them in an orphanage today. You choose, Sarah. Either you become their official caregiver or they go into the system." That's when Crystal got out of the car, clearly frustrated. Marcus stopped beating around the bush. "Either she agrees to take care of these brats forever or we take them now and you'll never see them again. It's that simple." Emma and Jake came running out of the room, hiding behind me. "Daddy, please don't take us," Emma begged. "We'll be good. We promise." The pain in her voice must have touched something in Marcus because for a moment he seemed to hesitate. But then Crystal spoke again. "Marcus, remember what we talked about. If she doesn't agree to assume legal custody, we simply disappear with the children. You keep receiving the benefits and never have to worry about them again." That's when I realized the complete and horrible truth. Marcus didn't want the children back. He wanted to blackmail me into assuming legal responsibility while he maintained control and profit. and it was at that moment that the police finally arrived. Officer Martinez was the first to enter, followed by 3 other police officers. The scene must have seemed surreal. Marcus and 2 big men intimidating a woman. 2 small children crying. Crystal screaming about parental rights. "Everyone with their hands where I can see them," Officer Martinez ordered. Marcus immediately tried to play the victim. "Officer, thank you for coming. My sister is preventing me from seeing my children. I just want to resolve the situation in the best way for everyone." "That's not true," Emma screamed, running to the policeman. "Daddy wants Sarah to take care of us forever, but he still wants to receive money for us." Officer Martinez crouched down to Emma's level. "Calm down, princess. No one is going to hurt you. Can you tell me what you heard?" With courage that impressed me, Emma repeated exactly what Crystal had said about Marcus wanting me to assume legal custody while he maintained benefits and parental rights. Jake, hugging my leg, nodded vigorously. Crystal exploded. "She's lying. She's just a confused child." "Confused about what?" the officer asked. "About you planning to abandon these children while continuing to profit from them." That's when one of the men who was with Marcus tried to leave discreetly. Officer Williams intercepted him at the door. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked, searching the man. "ID." The man identified himself as Danny Reeves, an acquaintance of Crystal's who had been hired only to intimidate in case I didn't cooperate. His partner, Mike Torres, admitted the same thing when questioned. Marcus turned pale when he realized his friends were quickly distancing themselves from the situation. "I didn't know you guys were going to use intimidation," he lied. "Crystal told me you were just going to talk to her." "Talk?" Officer Martinez laughed dryly. "Sir, bringing men to intimidate a woman alone with 2 small children isn't talking." It was at that moment that Crystal made the fatal mistake. Seeing that Marcus was trying to distance himself from her, she exploded. "You knew, Marcus. You said you didn't care what happened as long as Sarah stopped interfering with our plans and assumed total responsibility for these brats." The silence that followed was deafening. Marcus tried to deny it, but the damage was done. Mrs. Henderson, who had filmed part of the conversation from her window, handed the police a clear recording of Crystal admitting the blackmail scheme. "Marcus Thompson," Officer Martinez said, taking out handcuffs, "you're under arrest for child abandonment, government benefit fraud, and attempted coercion." While Marcus was being handcuffed, he looked at me with pure hatred. "This isn't over, Sarah. I'm still their legal father. You're going to regret destroying our family." "Our family?" I screamed back. "You were planning to blackmail me into taking care of your children while you continued profiting from them." Emma and Jake hugged me, trembling, while they watched their father being taken away. Crystal was also arrested, screaming that it was all my fault and that Marcus was a victim of circumstances. "They can't arrest me. I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted Marcus to get rid of those noisy brats," she yelled while being put in the police car. After everyone left, I sat on the floor of my living room with the 2 children in my lap. "Is Daddy coming back?" Jake asked with his little voice. "Not for a very long time, sweetheart. Daddy did very bad things, so he's going to stay away to learn to be a better person." Emma lifted her face to look at me. "Sarah, now you're our real mommy." The question hit me like lightning. Technically, I still didn't have legal rights over these children. Marcus was still their father, even imprisoned. And Jennifer, although Emma's biological mother, had no rights over Jake. "We're going to figure this out together," I promised. "But one thing I can guarantee, you'll never go through something like this again." That night, after the children fell asleep, I received a call from Detective Williams. "Sarah, there are more things you need to know about your brother. The investigation revealed that the situation is even worse than we thought." My heart stopped. "What did you discover?" Marcus wasn't just collecting fraudulent benefits for Emma and Jake. He was doing this in 3 different states using false identities. He collected more than $80,000 in the last 2 years, all based on the lie that he was raising children alone. $80,000. And there's more. Remember Rebecca, the mother of his 3rd child? We discovered that Marcus forged documents to get a $20,000 loan using the child as a dependent, a baby he abandoned when he was 3 months old. The enormity of my brother's crimes was becoming clear. How many people did he deceive? At least 5 different women. 7 children in total and 3 states. Sarah, your brother is a professional criminal. He uses relationships and children as a business. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about all the children Marcus had hurt, about all the lies he had told, about all the times he used his charm to manipulate people who trusted him. But I also thought about Emma and Jake, sleeping peacefully in the next room, finally safe. And I made a decision that would change our lives forever. The next 2 months were an intense legal battle. Jennifer hired the best custody lawyer she could find while I worked with a lawyer specialized in adoption, Mrs. Patterson. The case is complex, Mrs. Patterson explained during our first meeting. Marcus still has parental rights, even imprisoned. But the evidence of abandonment and fraud works in our favor. What does this mean for the children? It means you need to prove that Marcus is permanently inadequate as a father, not just temporarily. And for Jake, you need to show that placing him with Jennifer would be in his best interest, even without biological connection. Fortunately, we had abundant evidence. Detective Williams had discovered that Marcus owed more than $100,000 in gambling debts. He had used false identities to get loans, had collected fraudulent benefits in 3 different states, and had a clear pattern of abandoning children when responsibility became inconvenient. Dr. Martinez did complete psychological evaluations of Emma and Jake. The results were heartbreaking, but also provided crucial evidence. Emma shows clear signs of post-traumatic stress disorder, he explained. Nightmares, separation anxiety, fear of abandonment. Jake has significant delay in speech development and social skills, probably due to trauma and prolonged neglect. But he also had good news. Both children showed dramatic improvement in the last 8 weeks. Emma gained weight, is sleeping better, and started demonstrating age-appropriate behaviors. Jake is talking more and showing developmental milestones that were delayed. What caused this change? Stability, consistent care, adequate nutrition, and a safe environment. Sarah, you literally saved these children. The preliminary hearing was scheduled for a Thursday morning. Marcus appeared handcuffed, wearing an orange prison uniform. He had lost even more weight and looked sick, probably due to drug and alcohol withdrawal. Jennifer was there sitting next to me, holding my hand while we waited. She had spent the last weeks reconnecting with Emma, and it was beautiful to see the bond between mother and daughter gradually rebuilding. When Emma was called to testify, I held my breath. The judge, a gentleman named Judge Harrison, crouched down to her level. Emma, do you know why we're here? She nodded seriously. To decide where me and Jake are going to live forever. And where would you like to live? With Sarah and Mommy Jenny, she said without hesitation. They love us. They give us food every time we're hungry and don't scream at us when we ask questions. Do you want to live with your daddy? Emma looked at Marcus, who tried to smile at her. But instead of running to him, she shrank and hid behind the judge's chair. Daddy did bad things, she said quietly. He left us alone many times, and Crystal screamed that we were too noisy. I don't want to go back there. Emma, do you remember being hungry when you lived with Daddy? She nodded vigorously. Sometimes there was no food in the house. Daddy said I was big and could take care of Jake. But I didn't know how to make food. Jake cried a lot when he was hungry. Judge Harrison asked a few more gentle questions, all painting a devastating picture of neglect and abandonment. When it was Jake's turn, he simply hid behind me and refused to talk to anyone except to whisper, I want to stay with Sarah. When the judge asked where he would like to live, Marcus finally had his chance to speak. He tried to portray himself as a father who had made mistakes, but who was changing his life and learning to be better. Judge Harrison, I admit I made mistakes, but these are my children. I love them and they need their father. Sarah did a wonderful job taking care of them temporarily, but a father cannot be replaced. Mr. Thompson, Judge Harrison said coldly, you abandoned these children for 2 months, collected fraudulent benefits using them as dependent while they lived with someone else. and tried to blackmail your sister into assuming legal custody while you maintained control. How do you explain this? Marcus tried to deflect blame. I was going through a difficult period, Your Honor. Crystal made me believe the children would be better off with Sarah temporarily. I never wanted to abandon them permanently. Then why did you try to force your sister to assume legal custody while you maintained parental rights? Marcus stuttered, clearly not expecting this direct question. I thought it would be better for the children to have legal stability, but I still wanted to be part of their lives. While continuing to collect benefits based on the lie that you were caring for them? Marcus's silence was deafening. Judge Harrison leaned forward. Mr. Thompson, in 20 years on the bench, I have rarely seen such a clear case of calculated abandonment and exploitation of minors. You not only neglected your parental responsibilities, but actively profited from that negligence. The judge's words echoed through the courtroom. Marcus tried to protest, but Judge Harrison raised his hand to silence him. Based on the evidence presented, including the children's testimony, medical documentation of neglect, evidence of benefit fraud, and the established pattern of abandonment, this court permanently terminates Marcus Thompson's parental rights over Emma and Jake Thompson. The gavel struck, and I felt as if a gigantic weight had been lifted from my shoulders. Emma and Jake were finally safe. 2 years later, our life had completely transformed. Jennifer got full custody of Emma, and I officially adopted Jake. But the most important thing was that the children remained together as siblings. We bought houses on the same block so Emma and Jake could see each other every day. Mrs. Henderson moved to an apartment next to my house. She had become the official grandmother the children never had. Emma was flourishing at school. She had recovered all the lost weight and was at the appropriate reading level for her age. More importantly, she was smiling again. Not just polite smiles, but genuine laughter of a happy child. Jake had made even more dramatic progress with speech therapy and lots of love. He now spoke in complete sentences and was even starting to tell silly jokes that made Emma laugh. His nightmares had stopped and he no longer flinched when voices were raised. "Mommy Sarah," Jake said one morning while we ate pancakes at breakfast. "Can I tell you something?" "Of course, sweetheart. What is it?" "I almost don't remember how it was before. Have you always been here?" My heart broke and healed at the same time. "No, my love, but I'll always be here from now on." Emma, who was visiting for the weekend, looked up from her plate. "Sarah, do you regret helping us? I know your life became very different because of us." I held her face in my hands. "Emma, sweetheart, you didn't change my life. You made it complete. I don't regret anything." And it was true. Yes, my life had changed drastically. Yes, I had lost freedoms that single people in their 20s have. But looking at these two children, who were now truly my children, I knew I had made the right decision. Marcus was still in prison, serving a 5-year sentence for benefit fraud and child abandonment. Crystal had been deported after they discovered she was in the country illegally and had helped Marcus with the frauds. Neither had tried to contact us. Jennifer and I became more than allies. We became true friends and co-mothers. We worked together to give the children the stability and love they deserved. One afternoon while we watched Emma and Jake playing in the yard, they were building a pillow fort and laughing like children should laugh. Jennifer turned to me. "Sarah, can I ask you a personal question?" "Of course. Do you ever think about how your life would be if Marcus had never called that night?" I thought for a moment, watching Jake teach Emma how to stack cushions. "Sometimes. But then I look at them and realize this was always the life I was supposed to have. Marcus thought he was using me as a free babysitter. But actually he gave me the greatest gifts of my life." "How so?" "He taught me that family isn't about blood. It's about who you choose to love and protect. He showed me that I'm stronger than I ever imagined. And most importantly, he brought me Emma and Jake." Jennifer smiled, tears in her eyes. "You know they saved you as much as you saved them, right?" She was right. Before Emma and Jake, I was just existing, working, paying bills, going through the motions of adult life. But caring for them gave me purpose, made me grow in ways I never imagined possible. That night, after Jake fell asleep, I sat in his room watching him sleep peacefully. No more nightmares, No more waking up screaming. No more fear that someone would abandon him again. Thank you, I whispered to the universe. Thank you for allowing me to be his mother. Jake moved a little and mumbled in his sleep. I love you, Mommy Sarah. And in that moment, I knew I had won. Marcus had tried to use me, had tried to blackmail me, had tried to turn me into a free babysitter forever. But in the end, he had given me something that all the money in the world couldn't buy. A true family. The price he paid for trying to exploit me was losing his children forever. The price I paid for defending them was gaining unconditional love that would last a lifetime. And when I weighed everything, I knew who had made the better deal. Marcus was right about one thing. Family is forever. He just didn't understand that true family isn't about blood or blackmail or control. It's about love, sacrifice, and being present when the people you love most need you. Emma and Jake taught me that the greatest price you can pay for someone isn't money. It's giving your heart completely, knowing they'll take care of it as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. And that was a price I was more than willing to pay. Now on to the next story. Story 3. My ex wanted to take our son out of private school to look good with his new wife's children. I laughed in his face. Now I'm the villain of the story. My ex and his new wife want to take my son out of private school because they want him to be the same as her children. And they got furious with me because I laughed in both their faces. I have a 10-year-old son named Tyler with my ex, Michael. I have primary custody, and he stays with his dad on weekends. Until now, we had been managing co-parenting well. I'm from Asia, where private schools are practically the only decent education option. I decided I won't get married until my son enters university. I work as a banker and earn enough to support us. The pension I received from Michael, I deposit directly into Tyler's savings account. I pay for the private school, which is expensive, yes, but I can afford it. Last year, my ex married Rachel, who already had 2 children. One is 10 years old. He's in the same grade as Tyler. The other is 8. My son already feels like he lost quality time with his dad since Rachel's children arrived, because now everything is in a group and Michael barely pays attention to him alone. On top of that, the stepmother tries to boss him around, and Tyler can't stand her. The kids treat each other with respect, but don't consider themselves siblings. This weekend, Michael and Rachel invited me to dinner. I went. After eating, they sent the kids to the room and wanted to talk to me. They told me they can't afford a private school for the other 2 children and that for equality, they would have to take Tyler out of his school. They said it would be beneficial for the 2 older boys to study together. Same class, same school. I was outraged and laughed in their faces. I told them their financial problems aren't my business and that my son isn't changing schools. They insisted, but I stood firm and took Tyler with me. Since then, they've been blaming me for wanting their family to fail and for Tyler not getting along so well with the other kids. I told them that creating bonds between siblings is the father's responsibility, not mine. I never spoke badly about them or their children in front of Tyler, but I also don't think it's my obligation to force a bond that should come from the father's side. And another thing, if the father starts prioritizing his new wife's children instead of his own son, it's obvious that Tyler will distance himself more and more. Now they're saying I'm insensitive. And Rachel even had the nerve to tell me that because of Tyler, she won't deny a father to her children. I told her she's not very different from an evil stepmother in a fairy tale. Oh, and there's more. Tyler already has brand name things that their children don't have, and they complain about that too. My parents spoil him a lot. I'm an only child, and he's the only grandchild. So he receives many gifts and is very well treated by my family. And you know what? I'm not going to deny good things to my son just because they can't give the same to theirs. I don't really know when everything changed. Whether it was when Michael became someone I no longer recognized or when Rachel entered his life and decided that Tyler was just another number in her new happy family. The truth is that that night in the restaurant, something in me broke. I felt humiliated, as if they were making me a business proposal, not talking about my son's future. And the worst was how they said it with a polite smile, as if they were doing me a favor. For equality, Rachel said with that fake, sweet voice, as if it were the most logical thing in the world. Wouldn't it be nice for the 3 children to share the same school, The same friends? I interrupted her with a dry laugh. Came out on its own. I didn't plan it. It was a laugh that resonated like a slap on that perfectly decorated table with candles and small plates of octopus. Equality? Are you really talking about equality? I said, looking at both of them alternating between their faces. Do you want Tyler to lose his place at one of the best schools in Valencia to fit into your happy family illusion? Michael tried to calm the waters. He put his hand over Rachel's, but his gesture seemed more like acting than real support. It's not that, Claudia, he began. Then what is it? Do you want to punish my son because you can't offer the same to yours? Is that it? Rachel said nothing more, but her expression changed. She no longer looked me in the eyes. She sat up straight as if I were a nuisance, an annoying ex who didn't understand the common good. I took Tyler from there without finishing dessert. Since that day, everything changed. Michael no longer responded to my messages as quickly. Passive-aggressive comments started coming through WhatsApp. That if Tyler was distant, that if he wasn't integrating, that if I was filling his head with nonsense, I ignored it. For years, I kept quiet about things for Tyler's sake, so as not to break the relationship with his father. But this time was different. This time they were touching the most sacred. And then the inevitable happened. One day, Tyler came back from the weekend with his father with a look that left me frozen. He said nothing during dinner, he ate little, and when I went to put him to bed, he hugged me tightly. Everything okay, my love? I asked him, stroking his hair. Dad said that if I don't accept changing schools, I won't be able to go on weekends anymore, he whispered to me, almost voiceless. I felt my heart break into 1,000 pieces. I didn't cry in front of him. I hugged him tighter. I waited for him to fall asleep. And that night, I opened an old folder where I kept documents. There were all the school payments, all the conversations I had had with Michael about custody. And I called Sarah, my lifelong friend, who is now a family lawyer. I need you to help me, I told her with a trembling voice. Michael is crossing a dangerous line. That week, with Sarah's help, I began to record everything. Every message, every word from Tyler, every incident. But that wasn't all. A few days later, I decided to visit the public school where Rachel wanted to send Tyler. I pretended to be a mother interested in enrolling my son. I wanted to see for myself what they were trying to impose on him. And there, something happened that I didn't expect. One of the teachers, upon seeing me, froze. She recognized me by my last name. She called me aside and in a very low voice she told me, "You have to be careful with that woman. Rachel isn't who she seems." She told me something that left me frozen. Years ago, Rachel had been fired from that same school for inappropriate conduct with children. The case had been silenced, but some still remembered what happened. They used a medical excuse to not ruin her record. I left that school trembling. I didn't know whether to cry or scream. Rachel, what else was that woman hiding? And Michael, did he know? Was he aware of who he had let into Tyler's life? I had to protect my son. But what I didn't know is that that information was only the beginning. A week later, I received an anonymous message. A number without a name. It just said, "If you knew what Rachel did before marrying Michael, you wouldn't let her within 10 meters of your son." I was looking at that message for more than an hour without moving a finger. The phone screen remained lit in the darkness of the living room. And I, completely paralyzed, felt how my heart beat in my temples. "If you knew what Rachel did before marrying Michael." The words bounced in my mind like hammers. I got up. I went to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water, but I couldn't even drink it. I left it on the counter and leaned against the wall. I sat down, breathing deeply. Who had sent that? Why now? And what exactly did I need to know? I didn't respond. Not that night. I didn't want to seem desperate. I promised myself I wasn't going to lose control. The next day, I went to work as always. In the bank office on Main Street in the downtown area, everything was as always. Impatient customers, cold coffees, and papers that never end. But I was no longer the same. I was alert. Something had changed in me since that dinner with Michael and Rachel. I felt like someone had woken me up from a long sleep. Sarah, my lawyer friend, called me mid-morning. I need to see you today, she said urgently. And Claudia, don't underestimate this woman. I've dealt with people like this before. But if half of what you told me is true, we're dealing with someone dangerous. I spent the rest of the day restless. I kept rereading the anonymous message on my phone screen as if it would change by itself, reveal more details. If you knew what Rachel did before marrying Michael. Those words echoed like a bomb about to explode. That night, after Tyler slept, I contacted a journalist friend who worked in the area. I said I needed information about a woman named Rachel who had worked in public schools and children's clinics in the region. I can't promise anything, but I'll see what I can find, he replied. 2 days later, he sent me an enigmatic message. You need to talk to Matthew. I was confused. Who is he? Her ex-fiancé. And he wants to talk to you. At first, I hesitated, but curiosity and fear were stronger. I arranged to meet him at a discreet cafe on the outskirts of town. I went alone. I took my voice recorder in my pocket and a water bottle, as if that would protect me from something I still couldn't define. When Matthew arrived, he looked exhausted, like someone who already carried many weights on his shoulders. He was a man in his 40s with sad eyes and arched shoulders. You're Claudia, right? I nodded. He took a deep breath. I thought I'd never hear about Rachel again. When the journalist told me she was near a child again, I knew I had to speak. I didn't believe it at first either. Rachel knows how to manipulate like no one else. We stayed there for almost an hour. He told me that Rachel played the victim, said that others persecuted her out of jealousy, used anxiety attacks to justify disappearances, and the worst. One day when Matthew announced he wanted to break up, she said she had been abused by a cousin of his in childhood and that he was an accomplice for not believing. The family fell apart. His mother had a stroke after the scandal. Rachel disappeared. There was never a formal complaint, just disgrace. Later, we discovered it was all a lie. My cousin was in another country at the time she alleged the abuse. And that's when I understood she didn't lie on impulse. It was method, control, fear. I lost my family because of her. And if she's near your son, he swallowed hard. You need to get her out of his life now before she destroys his too. I returned home devastated. I felt dirty, as if something had entered my house without my permission, as if Rachel had already contaminated everything around. On the way back, I began to wonder, did Michael know this? Could it be that even after everything, he chose to pretend? I arrived home late. Tyler was already sleeping. I kissed his forehead, held his hand, and there, kneeling beside his bed, I made the most serious promise of my life. No one will touch you or manipulate you or use you as a chess piece in an adult game. I will protect you, son, until the end. The next morning, I asked Sarah to come to my apartment. I told her everything. I showed her the audios, the screenshots, and everything Matthew had told me. She listened to everything in silence. In the end, she just said, "We're going to do this the right way legally, but first we need evidence." Sarah suggested a bold idea. She would help me formally register an incident diary with date, time, and description of everything. Every reaction Tyler had after returning from his father's house, every strange phrase, every behavioral change. And there's more. She said, "We can use a recorder, something Tyler carries without realizing for his safety, just to protect ourselves." At first, I hesitated. It was a delicate line, but after everything I heard about Rachel, there was no more room for naivety. I put a small recorder in his backpack, camouflaged among the pockets, and I waited. What I heard afterward took away my sleep for nights. In the recording, Rachel spoke with Tyler while helping him put away his toys. Her voice was calm, too calm even, but the words were pure poison. "You know, Tyler, your mother has been saying ugly things about us. And if she continues like this, maybe she'll get sick. So sick that she needs to go to a hospital, and nobody wants that, right? You're an intelligent boy. You know what you should tell the judge, right? That you want to change schools. That you like the new family? That you're happy." My skin went cold. I advanced the audio. More disguised threats, more distortions, soft words with sick intentions. The next morning, I called Carmen, a woman who had been Rachel's colleague at a children's school in the city. Sarah had gotten the contact. "Rachel?" she said as soon as I mentioned the name. "I don't even want to hear about her." After hesitating a bit, she agreed to meet me. We talked in a park overlooking the sea. Carmen was direct, no beating around the bush. She handed me a folder with documents she had kept out of fear. According to her, internal files, reports about her behavior with students, emails exchanged between teachers about inappropriate conduct, always covered up by administration. I read everything in silence. Carmen looked at me with pity. When I closed the folder, I took a deep breath and said, "Thank you. You just gave me the tools to save my son. Don't thank me yet. Use all this before it's too late." I returned home with a knot in my stomach. I put all the documents in a folder labeled Justice. I printed transcriptions of the recording. I contacted Sarah. And so, between tears, anger, and determination, I made my decision. That same night, I would file for exclusive custody and a protective measure against Rachel. I wasn't going to wait for the next blow. War was declared, and I wasn't going to lose. That night, after putting Tyler to bed, I sat in the kitchen staring fixedly at the red folder labeled Justice. It seemed to contain more than just papers. It seemed to contain my last hope of protecting my son. I texted Sarah and we arranged to meet early at her office the next day. I knew I couldn't waste time. I arrived there before the door even opened. Sarah received me with a tight hug. She had already heard a snippet of the recording I sent by email and had her eyes full of indignation. "This here isn't just a veiled threat, Claudia," she said, turning the laptop toward me. "It's emotional extortion against a child, and it's illegal. We can file for a protective measure, not just for you, but mainly for him." I took a deep breath. I didn't want Tyler to go through courts, psychologists, hearings, but I realized that if I didn't do this now, the consequences would be worse. Sarah guided me to continue recording, but more carefully. Tyler couldn't notice. His protection was priority. She handed me a new recorder, smaller with better quality. I carefully sewed it into the lining of Tyler's backpack, and before leaving him at his father's house gate that Friday, I knelt in front of him. "Anything that bothers you, you tell me. Okay, love, even if it seems small. Your voice is important." He nodded and hugged me tighter than usual, as if he also knew something was wrong, even without understanding everything. On Sunday night when he came back, the first thing I did after a long hug was take the recorder from the backpack. I waited for him to sleep and went straight to the computer. When I heard what Rachel said on that visit, I felt my stomach turn. "If your mother continues meddling with our life, she's going to pay. She's going to disappear. Tyler, do you want that?" The coldness in her voice gave me chills. And the worst was hearing my son responding with a timid no between muffled sobs. "Then behave. Say you like studying with your brothers. Say you want to change schools. Everything will be fine if you obey. You want your father to keep seeing you, don't you?" It was pure blackmail. And more than that, it was psychological abuse against a 10-year-old boy. I stayed awake all night. I couldn't turn off my mind. I repeated the phrases in my head as if they echoed inside me. I wanted to enter that house and take my son in my arms, screaming. But I knew that now it wasn't with the heart anymore. It was with strategy. Sarah received the new audios early Monday morning. She was as upset as I was. We agreed that in addition to the exclusive custody request and the protective measure, we would file an emergency protocol with the public prosecutor's office. The evidence could no longer wait. That same week, another piece fell into place. Carmen, Rachel's former colleague, called me. She said she found more documents. They were internal notes from pedagogical meetings, copies of emails where teachers reported Rachel's inappropriate attitudes in the classroom. One of the documents directly cited an episode in which the professional locked herself with a child in the library without permission from coordination. There was no formal investigation because the child's parents withdrew the complaint in less than 48 hours. "But, Claudia," she said, "everyone knew she was unbalanced. I took everything. I scanned it. I attached it to the case files." Sarah began to assemble a timeline with everything we had. It was like putting together a dark puzzle. Dates, statements, names, connections. Rachel wasn't just unbalanced. She was dangerous. And now justice needed to see this. At the end of that same week, a brown envelope arrived at my building's reception. No sender. Inside, there were copies of messages exchanged between Rachel and another woman. From what I understood, it was a friend she confided in. The messages were perverse. That spoiled brat needs a lesson. Who does this Claudia think she is? Just because she's a banker and walks in high heels, she thinks she rules the world. I want to see her freak out when Tyler begs to stay with me. I'm going to make him call me Mom, even if it's based on fear. I closed the envelope and cried alone on the balcony. It wasn't sadness. It was anger, a silent, concentrated anger that gave me strength. Rachel had crossed all possible limits, and now I was going to cross hers for justice. Sarah filed the urgent request in court. The judge received the case and scheduled the first hearing for 15 days later. It was little time to gather everything, but enough time to continue reinforcing our foundation. By this point, Michael was already beginning to show signs of discomfort. He sent me a message saying he thought we were exaggerating and that Rachel was just trying to be a good maternal figure. I responded with a single sentence. Are you willing to lose your son because of a woman you barely know? He didn't respond anymore that day, but something told me he was beginning to rethink his choices. What he still didn't know is that everything that was coming would be much bigger than he could imagine. And I was no longer the same woman who had laughed at dinner. Now I was ready for war. On the day the summons arrived at Michael's house, I knew it. Not because he responded to me or because he called me, but because I received an automatic notification in the court app confirming that the defendant had been officially notified. I read that while preparing Tyler's breakfast and felt a strange relief, as if for the first time in weeks, I was in control of the situation. Michael, of course, took less than half an hour to message me. Is all this necessary, Claudia? We could solve this between adults. I read that, laughing with irony. He talked about solving between adults after allowing his wife to emotionally blackmail our son. After ignoring recordings, documents, histories, warnings. No, Michael. Now, it was in court. I only responded, when you accepted Rachel talking to my son as if he were a pawn, you stopped having the right to sit with me as an adult. Silence for 3 days. And then came the surprise. I received, through Sarah, notification that Rachel had filed a counterpetition in court. She requested to be legally recognized as an effective maternal figure in Tyler's life and, more, she accused me of defamation and parental alienation. I felt such a deep chill that I had to sit down. It was as if she was turning the game around, positioning herself as the victim. Sarah, upon reading the petition, murmured, "It's the perfect move. If the judge believes this version, she gains space, gains voice, gains power, and you become the hysterical mother who won't accept the ex's new wife." I breathed deeply. I gathered every piece of strength I had left. I looked at Sarah and said, "Then we're going to show that I'm not hysterical. I'm a mother and I fight with evidence." And that's what we did. We began to organize the dossier like a perfect puzzle. Chronological, clear, impersonal in tone, but devastating in content. Each audio with transcription. Each message with dated screenshot. Each report from the public school teacher, the ex-fiancé, the former colleague. Nothing was left out. Sarah also made an important request to the judge that Tyler be heard only in a protected environment by a qualified professional so he wouldn't suffer even more from the case's exposure. The judge accepted, but then came the worst part, waiting. The days between notification and the hearing were long and oppressive. Tyler continued visiting his father under my constant surveillance, but now with a monitored phone and with agreed messages for him to alert me of any strange behavior. And even so, the insecurity was constant. On one of those nights around 11 p.m., the doorbell rang. My heart raced. I peeked through the window and saw Michael alone standing on the sidewalk with his hands in his pockets. I went down. He was thinner, sunken eyes, unshaven. He looked like a confused, broken man. "Can I talk to you?" he asked. "Only out here," I replied firmly. He looked at me with a tired expression. "She told me you were making everything up, that it was just jealousy, that you wanted to separate me from my son out of revenge." And you believed her. He looked away, silent. Did you listen to the audios, Michael? See the documents? Or do you prefer to keep pretending this is a women's fight? I didn't know about her past, I swear. But now you know, and even so, you stayed quiet. He lowered his head. I just didn't know how to get out of this. She threatened to make a scene, said she would disappear with the boys. That if I sided with you, she would ruin my reputation. I took a step back. So, you preferred to protect your image over your son? He remained silent. Then he looked at me with tears in his eyes. I know I was wrong. Can I sleep on the couch tonight just to see Tyler tomorrow morning? My instincts screamed to send him away, but there was something in his voice. Fragility, real regret. I didn't trust him, but Tyler still loved him. And at that moment, my priority was to keep my son emotionally stable. One night, just one, Michael slept on the couch. The next day, he prepared breakfast with Tyler. They both laughed, talked about soccer. For a brief moment, I saw there the father he used to be, but I didn't forget. 2 weeks later, the hearing day arrived. In the courthouse corridors, Rachel paraded with a light dress and a fake smile. She was accompanied by a slick lawyer and maintained the expression of a perfect wife. Michael was on the other side of the waiting room, sitting alone, fidgeting with his hand. Sarah squeezed my shoulder before we entered. Everything is ready. Just breathe today. The turnaround begins. And so we entered the room. The judge serious, Rachel with theatrical gaze, Tyler not present, thanks to the decision to be heard in a protected environment the following week. We started with presentations. Rachel made sure to speak first. She said she loved Tyler like a son, that she just wanted him to be happy, that the public school was more inclusive, and that I was controlling, aggressive, and incapable of accepting that the family had changed. Sarah stood up calmly. She handed the documents to the judge, asked to project the transcriptions, and with a firm voice began to read one by one the phrases said by Rachel to Tyler. If your mother continues meddling, she's going to disappear. Tell the judge you want to live with us or your mother will go to the hospital. The judge frowned. Rachel began to shake her leg. And then came the moment that changed everything. Sarah called one last name to testify, Michael. He hesitated. He got up slowly. The judge authorized him to speak, as long as it was brief. He cleared his throat. He looked at me. Then he looked at Rachel, who stared at him with contained anger. And then, with a low but clear voice, he said, I was an accomplice. I stayed silent when I saw that Rachel was crossing the line. She manipulated Tyler and she manipulated me, too. I didn't know how to protect my son, and I deeply regret that. Rachel jumped up, screaming, Traitor! Liar! You promised me! The judge banged the gavel, ordering silence and her removal from the room. Rachel was taken out, screaming that none of this was going to stay like this, while Michael lowered his head in silence. The judge looked at me, then at the papers. Due to the seriousness of the evidence presented, I grant a precautionary measure in favor of the petitioner. From today, Claudia will have temporary exclusive custody, and Rachel is prohibited from any contact with Tyler until further notice. I felt my legs tremble. Sarah held me. This is just the beginning. But we won the first battle. I left that courthouse with tears in my eyes, not of sadness, but of relief and of a new kind of strength that was being born inside me. They were the strangest days of my life. The feeling of having won a battle, even if provisional, gave me relief, but not peace. Rachel had been removed from the equation for now, but I knew that her silence was just the deep breath before the next attack. Tyler didn't know everything, of course. I only explained that the judge had decided he would stay for a while without seeing Rachel, and that his father would see him at organized times and by appointment. He looked at me for a while, thoughtful, and then said, So, can I sleep without fear? I swallowed hard and hugged him. You always could, but now you don't have to prove it to anyone anymore. The following week, Sarah and I concentrated our energies on organizing the material for the next hearing, the one that would define definitive custody and the validity of all accusations. But something still bothered me, the brown envelope, the anonymous message, the warning that there was more about Rachel, and mainly why that had reached me. And it was in this whirlwind that another piece of the puzzle fell into my lap. A new envelope, this time not left at reception. It was slipped under my apartment door. No sender, no stamp. Inside, a single printed photograph on glossy paper. In it, Rachel kissing another man. But what made me sit on the floor wasn't the betrayal itself. It was the place where it happened. The parking lot of the very building where she and Michael lived, in broad daylight without hiding. As if there was nothing to fear. I put the photo on the table and stared at it for long minutes. Then I called Sarah. "Do you think this is relevant?" "It's more than that," she replied. "It's emotional ammunition." Rachel always used the role of the faithful wife who just wants to take care of her stepson. If this here is real, Michael needs to see, and it could be the push that's missing for him to take sides once and for all. I confess I hesitated. I didn't want more problems, but something in me said that was the time. I waited until the end of the afternoon and went to Michael's building. He answered with a dejected face. "Claudia, if you came to argue, please don't." "I didn't come to argue," I interrupted. "I came to show you something." I extended the photo. He took it, stopped, and his expression changed. It was as if someone had pulled the floor from under his feet. He sat on the lobby sofa, stayed for a few minutes in silence, and then spoke in a tone I had never heard coming from him. It was with him that she spoke secretly. I suspected, but I thought it was just jealousy on my part. "Now, do you understand who you put your son to live with?" He didn't respond. He kept looking at nothing for a few more minutes. "I let her do whatever she wanted," he murmured. "With me, with Tyler, with everything, because I felt guilty for having failed as a father in the beginning, for not having stayed with you, for not having acted. So I accepted what came after, thinking it was my penance." And now he looked at me finally, and in that look there was shame, fear, but also something new. "Now I want to fix it." That same night he sent me an audio. Without warning. He said he wanted to confess everything, that he recognized his omission, that he validated every step of my legal action, and that if needed, he would be willing to testify again, including about things that weren't yet in the record. Sarah heard the audio and was surprised. "I believe we have more than we needed," she said. "But this is gold." In the following days, we received confirmation that the final hearing was scheduled for a week later. Sarah asked me to rest, stay calm, avoid interactions with anyone connected to Rachel, but of course, she didn't cooperate. 3 days before the hearing, I received an anonymous call. I no longer answered unknown numbers, but I was distracted. It was her. "You think you won, don't you?" she said with a voice full of venom. "But this is just the beginning. I'm going to show who you really are. Claudia, I have my own contacts. You want war? You'll have war. You already started the war, Rachel, and justice is responding. Get used to it." I hung up. On the morning of the hearing, I wore the blue blazer my mother gave me on my first day as a bank manager. I looked at myself in the mirror and saw a woman who had gone through hell and was there, standing. Tyler hugged me before leaving for school with my sister-in-law. "Today is that judge day?" "Yes. You're going to win, Mom." I already won just for hearing that. At the courthouse, Rachel arrived in black. Dramatic. She stared at everyone with the look of someone trying to intimidate, but she didn't intimidate anyone anymore. Not even Michael, who this time sat on my side. When the judge started the proceedings, Rachel asked for the floor. She talked about her emotional crisis, her love for Tyler, her role as victim of a spiteful ex. She tried to cry, but there were no tears, just acting. It was then that the judge looked at me. "Mrs. Claudia, would you like to make a statement?" I nodded. I stood up and I spoke. I said everything. "Your Honor, I am not here as an ex-wife nor as someone hurt. I am here as a mother." I presented evidence, recordings, documents, testimonies. Everything in this process shows that Ms. Rachel used emotional manipulation, veiled threats, and lies to try to take my son from me. She didn't do this out of love. She did it for control. And it doesn't matter what she says here. The truth is in the audios, in the witnesses, and mainly in the words of the child's own father. Silence. A silence so heavy you could hear the clock hands. The judge thanked me, asked for Sarah's final word, who only reinforced the technical points. And then the verdict. The judge took a deep breath, leafed through the files, and declared, "Due to the gravity and consistency of the evidence presented, I grant total and definitive custody to Mrs. Claudia. The father's visits will be supervised according to an established calendar. The prohibition of any direct or indirect contact between Ms. Rachel and the minor Tyler is determined for an indefinite period. This court understands that there was an attempt at emotional coercion and risk to the minor's psychological integrity." Rachel screamed. She was restrained. She left shouting, saying she would still prove everything, but nobody was listening anymore. Michael squeezed my shoulders. He didn't say anything, but his eyes said everything. Tyler was safe, and so was I. Finally, the courthouse was already colder than normal that morning. Maybe it was the air conditioning, or maybe it was the weight of what was about to happen. It was the second hearing, the decisive one. And even though the first had been a victory, this was the one that would define everything definitively and publicly. And I knew that this time it wouldn't just be a matter of evidence. It would be a matter of history. My history. On the other side of the room, Rachel wasn't there. She alleged a last-minute emotional crisis. Her lawyer tried to postpone the hearing, but the judge, already with exhausted patience, denied it. Michael was present, thinner than before, paler, but there, silent. And for some reason, his presence gave me a strange kind of courage. Not because I forgave him, but because he had finally stopped being a silent accomplice. Sarah stood up first. "Your Honor, the postponement request was correctly refused. We have all the elements gathered, and with your permission, my client would like to make a personal statement." The judge nodded. The room fell silent. I stood up. Each step to the front of the room seemed to weigh tons. But I went because I needed to. I took a deep breath and I began. I never planned to be here. I never imagined I would have to sit before a judge to explain why my son deserves emotional security, stability, peace, but we are here. And since we are, I want it to be clear. I am not asking for favors. I am demanding rights. Mine and my son's. I stopped for a second. I felt the lump in my throat, but I continued. Tyler is only 10 years old. He is a sweet, curious, gentle boy. And in recent months, he began to sleep with fear. He began to feel guilty about things that were never his fault. He began to believe that if he didn't obey, something bad would happen to me, that I would disappear, that I would be hospitalized. These ideas don't arise by themselves. Someone planted this. I turned slightly without directly facing the benches where Rachel would be sitting if she had had the courage to show up. This person presented herself as a loving stepmother. But what she really did was manipulate, threaten, distort. She didn't try to build a family. She tried to erase ours. I saw the judge observing me attentively, not with pity, but with respect. And I continued, "My son is not a trophy. He is not bargaining currency to please children who aren't his, nor a bridge to simulate a perfect life. He is a child, and as a mother, my function is to ensure he grows up away from those who use him as a game piece." I paused, and I closed with the truth that hurt the most. For a long time, I swallowed my pride to keep the peace, so that Tyler would have a present father. But when I saw my son come home afraid of losing me, I knew it was no longer about pride. It was about survival, and I chose to fight for him always. When I returned to my seat, I felt Sarah's hand hold mine under the table. I was trembling, but at peace. For the first time, my voice had been heard not as a reaction, but as truth. The judge asked for a short recess. When we returned to the room, he already had a defined expression. He had the documents in hand and spoke directly without flourishes. After evaluation of the message history, audio recordings, eyewitness testimonies, and the petitioner's absence at this second hearing, this court decides definitively total and permanent custody to Mrs. Claudia. The father, Michael, will maintain supervised visitation rights, which may be reviewed according to future psychological reports. Ms. Rachel is formally prohibited from approaching Tyler or maintaining any direct or indirect contact with him under penalty of civil and criminal sanctions. I closed my eyes for a second. That was it. Official, registered, irrevocable. Beside me, Michael lowered his head. He looked like a man stripped of everything. At the end, the judge still made sure to add, "May this process serve as an example to remember that true affection never comes from imposition or manipulation. Children are not tools of vanity or revenge. They are beings in formation, and this court will always be on the side of childhood." Upon leaving, the sun seemed stronger than ever. It was as if the world had finally returned to spinning in the right direction. But we barely knew that. Even though legally defeated, Rachel still hadn't given up. 2 days later came the first attempt at digital invasion, an attempt to access my bank account through the bank app. Fortunately, the system blocked it. Then threatening messages by email and a false anonymous report to Child Protective Services. Quickly filed for lack of evidence. Sarah asked me to file a police report. I did, and I began to shield my digital life, my access, my contacts. Even defeated, Rachel still wanted to prove she was capable of making noise. But now I had evidence. I had court decisions, and I had people by my side. Tyler, on the other hand, began to change. He went back to sleeping better. He went back to laughing, watching cartoons. He went back to eating cereal, singing silly songs. One day, out of nowhere, he told me, "Mom, now I know you'll never leave me." I responded with the only thing I could, "And you'll never lose me, even if the whole world tries." The war seemed to be over. But deep down, I knew people like Rachel never retreat completely. But now I was prepared. I thought that after the hearing, she would disappear. That the weight of the judicial decision and public humiliation would be enough to keep her away. But I underestimated the power of someone like Rachel's wounded ego. She didn't lose. She was exposed, and people like her can't stand being unmasked. The first sign was subtle: invasion attempts on my banking app. I received 2 alerts in less than a week. My password had been incorrectly changed 4 times. On the 4th, the system temporarily blocked my access for security. I called directly to the manager of the branch where I worked. "Claudia, the access attempts came from a domestic IP right here in the city. Do you want us to trace it?" "I do," I responded immediately. 2 days later, the report arrived. The IP was linked to Michael's old account, which Rachel still used. Coincidence? I no longer believed in coincidences. I sent everything to Sarah. She asked for an urgent meeting with me. "She's trying to get revenge in another way," said my lawyer with a serious face. "She's trying to destabilize you, make you seem paranoid. But we have evidence, and more than that, we have a history. This isn't an emotional relapse. It's deliberate persecution." I filed a police report at the cybercrime unit. I included the screenshots, the access attempt reports, and the threatening messages that began arriving by email signed as anonymous, but with phrases so specific they could only come from someone who knew my life inside out. Tyler may no longer be under my responsibility, but I won't let him grow up thinking his mother is perfect. You're going to fall with degree or without degree. The messages didn't shake me. They alerted me. But Tyler didn't know this. For him, things were improving. He had returned to school with a shy smile, reconnecting with friends, reconnecting with himself. He didn't deserve to carry anything more. I would shield him from everything. But then came the lowest blow. The following week, I received a visit from 2 Child Protective Services employees. They appeared at my work with badges, serious faces, and a folder in their hands. They said they had received an anonymous report alleging emotional negligence and inappropriate exposure of the child to extreme legal conflicts. They said I would be using my son as an instrument of revenge. I swallowed the impulse to scream right there. Instead, I asked for permission and took them both to the meeting room. I handed over, right there, copies of all recent court decisions, the psychological report that attested to Tyler's well-being, and the documents that proved the defamation attempt. The women looked at each other. "Mrs. Claudia, we apologize for this. But when it comes to reports involving children, we are obligated to investigate." "I understand," I replied with a controlled voice. "But I am also obligated to protect my son from dangerous people. This report is false, and you know it." They nodded discreetly. The next day, I received notification that the process had been filed for lack of evidence, but Rachel's message was clear. She didn't need to be physically present to try to destroy my stability. She could attack from all sides. Sarah requested the judge to expand the protective measure. In addition to the prohibition of contact with Tyler, which was already in effect, she also asked for prohibition of contact with me by any means. It was approved the same day, but Rachel once again responded as she knows how, theatrically. The following week, her lawyer filed a petition requesting the reopening of the process, alleging that his client was under strong emotional crisis in the previous period and could not defend herself correctly. He included a psychiatric report done by a suspicious professional declaring that she suffered from severe anxiety disorder and that her absence was a consequence of nervous breakdown. The judge scheduled a hearing to evaluate the request, and for the first time I myself asked to speak, not to defend myself but to tell everything. I entered the room wearing the same blue blazer, not as a symbol of strength but as a reminder of everything I faced wearing it. I stood up when authorized and faced the judge with serenity. Your Honor, I don't come here to ask for pity nor punishment. I come to ask for protection. I am a mother, and as a mother, I fought to protect my son from manipulations, threats, psychological pressures. I fought with documents, with audios, with witnesses. I won with evidence. Now this woman wants to reopen the case alleging an emotional breakdown. But what about my son's breakdown and the crying before sleeping and the audios where she threatens that I'm going to disappear? Was that an outbreak or was it premeditated? The judge maintained a serious but attentive look. Rachel is not sick. She is frustrated because she couldn't control a boy, because she lost the narrative, because it wasn't love, it was power. And now that she lost that power, she tries to manipulate the system. But my son is not a battlefield, and I am not her rival. I am his mother and I want peace. I returned to my seat in silence. Sarah was visibly emotional. The judge requested review of the psychiatric report by a team appointed by the court itself. The final decision would come soon. But for me, at that moment, I already felt I had won something even greater. It wasn't about Rachel nor about Michael. It was about me. I was no longer the woman who doubted, who hesitated, who stayed silent. I was the woman who spoke, who exposed, who protected, and above all, who was no longer afraid. The judge's decision didn't take long to come out. In less than 2 weeks, Rachel's psychiatric report was disqualified by the court team. The specialist appointed was direct in the opinion. There are no signs of psychotic outbreak or mental incapacity in the mentioned period. The petitioner's behavior is compatible with deliberate emotional manipulation and conscious strategies of social victimization. The judge ended any attempt to reopen the process there. The protective measure was maintained and expanded. Rachel could no longer have contact with me or Tyler indefinitely. The process was officially closed. Leaving the courthouse, there were no screams, no scandal, no scene. Rachel didn't even show up. She received the notification at her new residence where she allegedly was receiving treatment, and she disappeared. But it wasn't about her that I was thinking that day. It was about Tyler. He still didn't know everything. He knew he was protected, that he wouldn't see Rachel anymore, that everything had passed. But what he never knew was how much had to be faced behind the curtains so he could simply be a child. And for that reason, that weekend, I prepared a simple dinner with his favorite lasagna and let him choose the movie. We laughed, ate, lay on the couch together. For the first time in a long time, there was silence. Not the tense silence of when we were waiting for the next blow, but the peaceful silence of those who know they are home. It was the next day that everything happened. I received a call from an elderly woman named Teresa. I was confused at first until she explained she was a cousin of Michael's mother. She had learned about everything from the local newspapers. The story had circulated after the judge's decision, especially for involving a complex custody dispute and the accusation of child manipulation. She asked to see me. She said she needed to give me something. We met at a discreet cafe in the city center. Teresa had an old envelope in her hands, yellowed by time, tied with a light blue ribbon. She placed it on the table and said, "This here was from Helen, Michael's mother. She wrote it shortly before passing away. It was for Tyler, but Michael never had the courage to deliver it. I opened the envelope with trembling hands. Inside, a letter written with firm and loving handwriting. I read it there in the middle of that cafe with teary eyes and a racing heart. Dear Tyler, I may no longer be here when you can read this letter, but I want you to know that from the first day I learned of your existence, you became the joy of my soul. Your father may have his flaws, as we all do, but you are pure. You are loved. You are strong. Never let them erase who you are to fit into families that don't respect you. Your mother is a woman of courage. Never doubt how much you are wanted. With eternal love, your grandmother, Helen. I closed my eyes tightly, feeling the tears flow. That letter was a gift, a reminder, a symbol. When I got home that night, Tyler was already sleeping. I entered his room slowly, knelt beside the bed, and put the letter inside a new envelope with his name on the front. I wrote by hand, "To open when you're old enough to understand the world. With love, Mom." But deep down, I knew he already understood more than he should. That letter, kept in a box next to the process documents, would one day be the thread between chaos and love. And that he would understand once and for all that he was never just a piece among adults. That he was always loved by me and by someone who, even in silence, tried to protect him until the end. In the following days, Michael sent me a message. He didn't ask for anything. He just said, "Thank you for not destroying my image for Tyler. He still looks at me as a father. That's your doing, not mine." I thought about responding. I didn't respond. I preferred to let silence work in his favor. He began to change gradually. He went back to picking up Tyler from school once a week with supervision, as agreed. He took him for ice cream. They played ball in the park without Rachel's presence, without pressure, without little theaters. It was the first time in years that I saw Michael acting not as a father who needed to prove something, but as someone who just wanted to regain what he let slip away. And Tyler went back to truly smiling. He went back to drawing. He went back to saying, "I love you," without fear. He went back to being what every child has the right to be, light. And I also allowed myself to breathe, not to forget, but to begin. Because in the end, this victory was never just about custody, processes, or hearings. It was about giving back to myself the right to be firm, the right to not accept less, the right to say, "I fought and I won." I thought the silence would be definitive. After the sentence, after the filing of the reopening attempt, after Rachel had disappeared from the city, I imagined or wanted to believe that she had finally given up. But that was underestimating the desperation of someone who loses control. 2 weeks after the final hearing, I received a letter, a thick envelope coming from another state, no visible sender, but with the seal of a psychiatric evaluation center. When I opened it, I was sure it was Rachel. The letter began with her round, almost childish handwriting. "Claudia, I know you think you won, but time puts everything in place. I'm being evaluated. Soon I'll have my report revised. You can't exclude me from Tyler's life forever. He's gonna grow up and realize what you did. He'll understand that you manipulated everything to look like a heroine. I'm going to come back. And when I come back, I'll ensure the court reviews this entire process." I closed the letter without finishing. I didn't feel fear nor anger. I felt pity. Rachel still lived in a world where she was the protagonist, where she could distort reality in her favor. But outside her bubble, the facts were recorded. The evidence was filed. And my son was well. More than that, he was free. Even so, Sarah thought it prudent to file the letter. The judge who was following the case did too. The message was given. Rachel still represented a potential threat, even if inactive. Any attempt by her to approach would result in immediate reopening of the protective measure with aggravation. But nothing happened. For the first time, the days returned to being normal. And it was strange at first. Normalcy scares when you've lived so long on alert. I caught myself looking at phone notifications with fear, opening emails with an accelerated heart until I realized there was nothing. The mornings returned to being silent, the breakfasts longer. I began to allow myself things I had forgotten. Running in the park before work, painting my nails again, listening to music while cooking. Silly things, but that gave me back to myself. Tyler had his first math test with a perfect score since everything began. I had to hold myself back from crying when he handed me the report card with a shy smile and said, "See, now that nobody bothers me, I can even like studying." We laughed together. It was true. The boy who before lived apologizing for existing now explored his own interests. He wanted to take drum lessons. Then he changed his mind and said he preferred robotics. He began building a cardboard city in the living room. I let him. He needed that to create, to imagine, to be the owner of his own story. Michael, in turn, began to fulfill the agreements. He arrived on time, respected the limits, kept distance from any subject that involved the past. We exchanged cordial messages, nothing intimate, but civilized. On one of those visits, Tyler came home saying, "Mom, Dad said he's going to buy a new bike for me if I want. And do you want it?" "I do," but I said, "I only accept it if it comes with a helmet, like you said." I smiled. Gradually, balance was being built. Not the ideal, but the possible. And then one night, after putting Tyler to bed, I sat on the couch with a cup of tea and found myself crying for no apparent reason. They were silent tears, not of pain, but of accumulated exhaustion. There, at that moment, I realized the war was over. Not because Rachel had disappeared, but because I no longer feared her. I no longer reacted. She no longer had a way to reach me. I had evidence, shields, lawyers, testimonies, but most importantly, I had consciousness. And she didn't. It was the end of a cycle. The following week, I reorganized the house. I donated toys Tyler no longer used. I opened space in the closet and I took from the last drawer a sealed envelope. Grandmother Helen's letter. I kept it in a new memory box along with a photo of Tyler at 3 years old, our first movie ticket together, and a scribbled sheet where he had written, "I love you, Mom. You don't need to be afraid. I protect you." And that night, for the first time in months, I slept without leaving the hallway light on because now everything was in place. 2 years passed since the day the judge banged the gavel for the last time. 2 years without anonymous messages, without veiled threats, without envelopes slipped under the door. Rachel disappeared, literally. According to the last court record, she continued in another state under voluntary clinical monitoring, but nobody saw her anymore. No new approach attempts, no new process, no movement. Deep down, I knew she would never accept defeat. But I also knew that for someone like her, the absence of stage was the worst punishment. Rachel didn't need to be imprisoned. It was enough not to be heard. Tyler, he flourished. At 12 years old, he seemed like another boy. He had his own opinion, sense of justice, and a lightness that I thought time had stolen. He joined the robotics club, won a school prize, and in one of the pedagogical meetings, the teacher told me, "Your son is brilliant and very sensitive. He always asks if classmates are okay. Sometimes he seems more adult than us." I smiled with full eyes. I didn't tell her what he had already seen, heard, and felt. I just thanked her. Tyler was building his own narrative now without the ties of the past. I, for my part, decided it was time to help other women. I started writing a small text in a single mother's forum. I told in general lines how I faced a painful process to protect my son. The text went viral. Messages came from women from various places. Some thanked, others asked for advice. In a short time, I created an online profile to share reflections, guidance, support. I didn't take long to realize that what I lived wasn't an exception. It was routine disguised as normalcy. I began attending meetings, lectures, courses about conscious parenting and emotional abuse. And then one day, I was invited to give a small talk at a local seminar. My first reaction was to say no, but Tyler, who overheard the conversation by chance, said, "Mom, remember when you told me that whoever has a voice has to use it?" I took a deep breath and I accepted. That night, before about 50 women, I told my story with an open heart. Not as a martyr, nor as a heroine, but as a woman who almost collapsed and survived. I spoke of sleepless nights, of silence, of anger, of guilt, of strength. And when I finished, an elderly lady hugged me and said, "You said what I could never say. Thank you for lending me words. It was in this type of reunion with the world that I found myself again. I didn't start dating right away. My focus was still Tyler, work, projects. But on a random afternoon during an art exhibition about motherhood, a woman approached. Julia, wavy brown hair, lively eyes, camera hanging around her neck. You're Claudia, right? From yesterday's talk, I was very moved. I'm a documentary photographer and I work with real mother stories. Can I show you my work? I accepted. We had coffee, then another, then we exchanged numbers, and gradually Julia became part of my routine without invading, without forcing, without filling a void. She didn't come to complete anything, just to add. Our relationship was built calmly with respect for Tyler's time and mine, too. She never tried to be anyone's substitute, just a safe, caring presence. And Tyler, surprisingly, accepted her naturally. You like her, don't you, Mom? I do. She makes you smile. It's true. Then it's good. And it was good indeed. It wasn't easy. It wasn't without doubts, but it was real. Today, at 38 years old, I look at myself in the mirror and see a woman who fell, who was afraid, who was judged, but who won. Not because of the court sentence, but because of everything she built after it. I have a stable career, an integral son, a support network that I helped form myself, and a life that even with scars pulses with truth. Grandmother Helen's letter remains stored. I still haven't given it to Tyler. I think he'll know when it's time. For now, it stays there at the bottom of the memory box as a symbol of everything that time tried to erase and couldn't. Sometimes I still receive messages from mothers on my online profile, some in despair, others beginning to strengthen. I always respond with affection, with firmness, and with a phrase I wrote once and that now became almost a motto. When you lose everything, only truth remains. And truth, one day, finds the right courage to be told. And that's how I started over, without fear, without Rachel, without ghosts. Now on to the next story. Story 4. I saw my boyfriend's burn scars. Now he is suggesting we break up. My boyfriend's house burned down when he was young due to electrical issues that were never disclosed to his parents. He and his father were severely burned. They lived, but his mother died. He has told me that when he was younger, he was bullied for his scars. A huge bully of his from middle school always sniffed the air when he entered a class and would loudly say, "W, you guys smell that? Smells like there's bacon burning." Every time he entered a room, then laughed. He and I met in freshman year and became best friends in sophomore year. I've never seen his scars in full good view, only small glimpses if his shirt rode up, and he'd quickly fix his shirt to cover it. His scars start from the bottom half of his ribs to just above his knees, so this is the only way he can cover them. He always hides his scars, constantly wearing pants and long-sleeve shirts even if it's super hot outside, even bringing his pajamas into the bathroom to change into. He's done this ever since I've known him. Even after we are intimate, which we do in the dark, he'll immediately get changed back into his clothes before we cuddle or do anything else. I know he is ashamed of his scars, and when we were friends, I was fiercely protective and always changed the subject if his scars got brought up, which he always thanked me for. Whenever his friends would see his scars in small glances, they would say how cool it is. Looks like Deadpool's skin. His family always emphasized it doesn't matter what he looked like on the outside because he was beautiful on the inside. They would all try to be nice but failed horribly, so I would change the topic before they could dig themselves a deeper hole. I have never and would never ask or pressure him to show me. I don't judge his scars or think they're ugly. I thought he knew I wouldn't judge him because some of his dad's burn scars are impossible to cover up. One of them covers half his face, and never once have I judged or even thought his dad's scars were disturbing. He's a very handsome man. They both are, which is why I'm so confused by his reaction and accusations of this. I work weird hours as a nurse, so sometimes I can come home at 9 a.m., sometimes 5 p.m., sometimes the butt crack of dawn. One day I went home and wanted to immediately take a shower. I was in airplane mode and was completely exhausted. I opened the bathroom door and he was getting changed. I saw his scars. I'll admit I stared. Not because I thought they were gross, but because I was having an oh crap moment knowing I screwed up. He and I have been dating for almost a year. I had to move into his place a while ago after my parents cut me off when I came out and told them I was dating my boyfriend, so I'm not used to sharing an apartment with someone. He blew up at me, yelling at me to get out. He had never yelled at me before this. Sure, we got into spats and small fights where he raised his voice, but he never full-on yelled. I shut the door and he went quiet. I was pacing in the kitchen for almost 20 to 30 minutes when he quickly walked past me trying to leave. When I stopped him, he was pissed, yelling at me that he thought I would know how to knock by now and questioning if I did it on purpose. I was trying to explain while trying not to cry because I saw how red his eyes were. I knew he was crying. I couldn't say anything and just made incomprehensible sobs as I tried to explain that I was. But he wouldn't listen and left without saying where he was going. I was heartbroken. He texted me soon after saying, "I'm not coming home tomorrow. We can talk about our relationship." I immediately messaged him back asking what that meant and spent several minutes watching that little text incoming bubble bob in and out before he texted whether we should stay together, as if it was obvious. I had no idea what to do. My boyfriend, my best friend of 8 years. I love him, and I couldn't imagine life without him. That night, I decided to send a text that I love him and his scars don't bother me so that it could relieve some tension. He didn't respond to that, but he came back in the morning. We talked for hours. It started with me apologizing for walking in on him and that I didn't mean to. He admitted that he knew that and apologized for yelling. I suggested we get locks on doors and he seemed pretty happy about that. To clear the air, I asked him about the whether we should stay together text and if it was rooted in his ex-girlfriend. Basically, he's mentioned having a really bad ex-girlfriend in the past who had issues with his scars. I asked him if she broke up with him over that. He admitted that he had thought she didn't mind his scars and took his shirt off in front of her. She decided to gasp and start making a big deal about how he cheated her and that he made it seem like the scars weren't that bad, and broke up with him. He said he knew it wasn't an excuse, but his brain immediately went to that and he freaked out. I asked if he wanted to break up and he was just trying to find an excuse, and he quickly said no. He specified that he was just trying to give me an out if I wanted it. I was relieved. He asked why I stared if I wasn't disgusted. I said that I had an oh crap moment of panic knowing I screwed up. He felt awful and apologized for making me feel so uncomfortable in our home and that he tried to work on being more comfortable with his scars. That's when I suggested therapy. He instantly got defensive, saying that he already had therapy and it didn't work very well. I pointed out that the way he wants us to live isn't healthy, that we can have locks and a knock before entering policy, but him expecting me to never see him undressed was unfair to both of us, that it was his insecurities getting worse and me enabling it. He was dismissive of these points, saying how it wouldn't change things. It didn't work the first time, why would it work now? I pointed out how he almost threw out a 9-year-old relationship over me accidentally walking in on him. He tried to say that would help stop that from happening again, and I said it might, but I don't want you walking on eggshells either. I want you to be comfortable with me. I want you to trust me. He begrudgingly agreed to talk to his dad about what therapist he went to and going to see them. I also asked him about going to couples counseling and he just stared. He asked something along the lines of, "Why do you care about seeing my scars so much? You didn't care before." Not mean or aggressive, just genuine confusion. I kind of laughed awkwardly and said, "I thought that you would show me on your own when you're ready, but I don't know about that anymore. Baby, I love you, but I don't want you to feel like you have to hide your scars from me. Nor do I want you to worry about me breaking up with you over seeing your scars. I love all of you, including your scars." He started crying and I comforted him. He said he didn't want me to be stressed out in our home and that he was sorry. He was a lot more open to couples counseling than personal therapy, which was a half-win that I'll take. We talked about our future some more and I asked if he ever thought that he'd be comfortable with me seeing his scars. He said that he wants to show me, but he's not ready yet. I was happy to accept that, especially since he's agreed to couples counseling and therapy. I am so proud of him. Therapy seemed to be working. After weeks of struggles where he would shut down, get irritated, and even consider giving up, we finally started to see progress. Small victories that to other people might have seemed insignificant, but to us they were huge. He no longer hid as much at home. It wasn't like he had suddenly become completely comfortable, but he started allowing himself small freedoms. He left his arms uncovered when we were alone, changed his clothes without locking himself in the bathroom, and for the first time he slept shirtless beside me. I remember the first time it happened. It was a hot night and he hesitated before lying down next to me. When we turned off the lights, he remained still for a while as if waiting for something. Maybe he expected me to react somehow, to say something, but I didn't do anything except snuggle against him just like I always did. I felt his body relax slightly and he let out a breath. One that I hadn't even realized he had been holding. That was the beginning of a new phase. Slowly, he started to act as if he no longer needed to hide so much from me. He let me see him for real, without the constant barrier of clothing. It wasn't entirely natural for him yet, but I could tell he was trying. I was happy. I thought that finally, after everything, we were okay. But then, strange things started happening. At first, it was small things. He became distracted, lost in thought. Sometimes I would call his name and it would take him a few seconds to react, as if he hadn't even heard me. His messages, which used to be quick replies, started taking hours. When I asked about it, he would just say he was tired. And then came the late-night walks. He started going out more often, saying he needed space, that he wanted to clear his mind. I understood. After everything he had been through, maybe he did need some time to process it all. But then it became more frequent. He started coming home late. Some nights he didn't even tell me where he was going. I tried not to worry. After all, we were okay, right? He was getting better, we were overcoming everything together. Until one night, I woke up and realized he wasn't in bed. The clock read 3:17 a.m. I got up slowly, a strange feeling in my chest. The house was silent. That was when I noticed the light coming from the bathroom. The door was slightly open and I could see his silhouette inside. He was standing in front of the mirror, shirtless, staring at his reflection. I stopped in the hallway, unsure if I should go in or just watch. Something about the way he stood there unsettled me. His fingers traced over his scars slowly, as if feeling the texture of his own skin in a new way. His expression wasn't one of pain, nor was it shame. It was something else, something cold. A chill ran down my spine. I had never seen him like this before. I swallowed hard, and before I could decide what to do, he spoke. "You're awake." It wasn't a question. He didn't look at me. He just kept staring at himself. I hesitated. "I woke up and noticed you weren't in bed." He nodded slowly, as if waiting for me to say something more. "Are you okay?" I asked, trying to sound calm even though something inside me screamed that something was wrong. It took him a few seconds to respond. "Yes." But his voice didn't sound convincing. There was something about that moment, that silent night, that way he looked at himself, that made me feel a strange kind of fear. A fear I couldn't explain. And it was there, in that quiet moment standing at the bathroom door, that I realized that maybe, just maybe, I had made a mistake. I thought I was helping. I thought we were healing together, but something inside him had changed, and I didn't know if that was a good thing. The next day he was different. Quieter, more distant. When I reached out to hug him, he hesitated. Something inside me twisted, but I tried to ignore it. I thought maybe he was still processing everything, still stuck in his own thoughts. But then he said those words, "I need some time." My heart stopped for a second. What? He wouldn't look me in the eyes. "I don't know. I just need to think." "Think about what?" My voice came out shakier than I wanted. He ran his hands through his hair, took a deep breath, and finally looked at me. But there was no emotion in his eyes. No love, no pain, nothing. About all this. About us. I stood there, feeling the air leave my lungs. I didn't know what to say. After everything, after fighting by his side, supporting him, staying even when he pushed me away, even when he yelled, even when he didn't want to be helped. I stayed, and now he wanted time. I tried to understand. Maybe it was trauma. Maybe he really needed some space to figure out who he was now that he no longer lived hidden behind his scars. So I did what I thought was right. I gave him space. Days passed and my mind wouldn't stop. I kept telling myself he just needed a moment to himself, that he would come back soon. But something was eating away at me. I started blaming myself. I was the one who pushed for therapy. I was the one who encouraged him to open up. Maybe I pushed too hard? Maybe he was never ready for this? Maybe deep down he resented me for forcing him down a path he never wanted to take. I wasn't sleeping well, I wasn't eating well, and then the signs started showing. Shorter messages, lack of responses, more and more nights out, until a mutual friend casually mentioned that they had seen him at a bar, laughing, drinking, talking to a woman. At first, I thought it was an exaggeration. Maybe he was just making new friends? Maybe he was just trying to socialize? But something inside me screamed not to ignore it, and that's how I made the worst decision of my life. I went looking for him. I needed to know. Deep down, I already knew the answer, but I needed to see it with my own eyes. And I did. There he was, sitting in a quiet corner of the bar with a woman beside him. Beautiful, confident, laughing with him like they had known each other forever. But what broke me wasn't seeing him there. It was seeing him touch her. This same man who, for so long, couldn't stand being touched, who flinched at the smallest contact, who hid in the dark. Now, there he was, his hand resting on her knee, leaning in, whispering something in her ear. My stomach churned. I blinked a few times, thinking maybe I was imagining things. But no, it was real. And then he kissed her. That was when I felt like I had been punched in the chest. I had to get out. Crossing that street felt impossible. My legs were shaking, my breathing uneven. My heart didn't want to accept it, but my mind was already screaming the truth. He didn't need time, he needed to get rid of me. He didn't want me anymore. And the worst part, he was just waiting to feel good enough to leave me. When he was insecure, when he felt ashamed, I was good enough. But now that his confidence was back, now that he no longer felt the need to hide, he went looking for someone else. The man who, for years, made me believe he would never be accepted, that he would never be touched without disgust, that he would never be desired, was now using that newfound confidence to replace me. I got into the first taxi I saw. I made it home without knowing how I managed to hold back the tears, and when I closed the door behind me, my world collapsed. I cried like I never had before. It wasn't just the betrayal. It was the pain of knowing he never loved me the way I loved him, that all this time I was just a crutch, a stepping stone for him to climb back up. And now that he was fine, he didn't need me anymore. At first, I cried every day. The betrayal ate me alive. I kept wondering what I had done wrong. At what point I stopped being enough. After everything I had been through by his side, after giving him my all, after being patient, after fighting for him when he couldn't even fight for himself, he just threw me away. And the worst part, he didn't even have the decency to tell me to my face. I found out because I saw it with my own eyes. After that night, something inside me died. The love I felt turned into emptiness and then into anger. But I didn't go after him. I waited. I waited for him to come to me because deep down I knew he would. It didn't take long. A few days later, he texted me, "Can we talk?" I read it and deleted it. Then came the calls. I ignored every single one until he showed up at my door. I opened it and stared at him, waiting for him to speak. But he had nothing to say. Nothing but that guilty look, that pathetic regret on his face. "You owe me an explanation," I said coldly. He sighed, ran a hand through his hair, and looked down at the floor. "I didn't want it to be like this." I let out a bitter laugh. "Oh, really? Then how did you want it to be? You cheat on me, throw me away like trash, and then what? Expect me to take you back like nothing happened?" He closed his eyes for a moment, like he was searching for the right words, but there were none. I didn't wait any longer. I was with you at your lowest. I was the only one who never judged you. I never looked at your scars as something ugly. I defended you when no one else did. And what did I get in return? He tried to step closer, but I stepped back. "You don't understand what was going through my head," he muttered. "Oh, but I do. You finally felt good enough, and you went looking for someone else. You thought you could do better, that you deserved different because now that you had your confidence back, I wasn't good enough for you anymore, right?" He said nothing. His silence was all the confirmation I needed. "Get out of my house," I said, pointing to the door. He hesitated, but when he saw my face, he knew I wasn't going to change my mind, so he turned around and left. I didn't cry again after that. I went back to therapy not to understand why he did what he did, but to understand why I had accepted someone who never deserved me in the first place. Months passed slowly. The pain turned into strength. I focused on my career, went out more, met new people. I found happiness again without him. And somehow, life wanted to prove to me that time puts everything in its place. I heard about what happened to him from other people. The woman he cheated on me with, she used him at first. She made him feel special, fed his ego, made him believe she wanted something real. But she didn't. She was never serious about him. She just enjoyed the attention, enjoyed the power. And when she got bored, she threw him away. And she did worse. When she was done with him, she humiliated him. She mocked his scars, told him he should be grateful that someone like her even gave him a chance, told him to look in the mirror and understand that he would never be enough for a woman like her. And him? He crumbled. Everything I had spent years helping him rebuild, everything I helped him heal, it all came crashing down. And then he came looking for me. The same man who tossed me aside the moment he felt secure, who replaced me like I was disposable, was now back. But I was no longer the same person. He showed up at my door again, but this time I greeted him differently. I opened the door and looked at him. He looked like a ghost of himself, hollow eyes, slumped shoulders. "What do you want?" I asked, arms crossed. He hesitated, unsure how to begin. "Oh please, I already know. She treated you like trash, didn't she?" She. He swallowed hard. "I just wanted to talk." "Talk about what?" "About how you chose someone who used you and tossed you aside. About how you threw me away for someone who never gave a damn about you." He had no answer. "You're a coward," I continued. "And I do feel sorry for you, but I'm not your safe place anymore." He looked away. "You were always the only one who really saw me." I let out a dry laugh. "And you're just realizing that now? Now that she's done with you?" He shut his eyes as if trying to block out the truth. "I'm sorry. No, you're not. If you were, you never would have replaced me in the first place." Silence filled the air, and then I delivered the final blow. "The problem isn't me. The problem is that you were never man enough for a woman like her." The impact was instant. I saw the shock in his eyes, the way his face went pale, but I didn't stop. "And now what? Now you want to run back to the one person who loved you when no one else did. The only person who ever stood by you." He opened his mouth to respond, but I didn't let him. "It's over. I'm done fixing you." And I closed the door, this time for good. Time passed. Things changed. I changed. But something still makes my blood boil when I think about the past. Today, I'm doing well, better than I ever thought I would back in those days when I could barely get out of bed, when my body felt unbearably heavy and my mind tortured me with the same question over and over again. Why wasn't I enough? But it wasn't easy. It took time, therapy, focusing on my career, surrounding myself with people who actually valued me. Little by little, I rebuilt myself. I became stronger, more confident. And the funniest part, while I was growing, while I was healing and leaving all of that pain behind, he was drowning. I never spoke to him again after that last time when I shut him out of my life for good. But the news always finds its way to me. People talk, even when I don't ask. Someone always brings him up. He's not doing well. Ever since that woman used him and humiliated him, he's never been the same. He went back to hiding, back to feeling small, back to avoiding people. They say he tried to move on, to go out with others, but nothing lasted. He kept repeating the same cycle of self-destruction. And that is what infuriates me the most. Because I remember how he made me feel. I remember all the times he made me carry his insecurities like it was my responsibility to prove to him that I loved him, that his scars didn't bother me, that he was enough. Enough. I remember how every avoided look, every withdrawn moment, every heavy silence made me feel like I had to do more, that I had to be more patient, that I had to carry that relationship until he was finally ready to love himself. And I did. I did everything for him. I was patient, I was understanding, I defended him when no one else did. And when he couldn't love himself, I loved him for the both of us. And what did he do the moment he felt good again? He went looking for someone else. He chose a woman who never had to fight for him, who never had to carry his burdens, who never had to stay up at night convincing him he was loved. A woman who only showed up when he was already whole, and she destroyed him. Funny, isn't it? I spent years rebuilding a man who, in the end, ran to someone who never had to see his scars in the dark, who never had to walk on eggshells trying not to break him. And now he wants to look at me again. Now that he's been stepped on, humiliated, thrown away, he wants to come back. I still get angry when I think about it, because when he was at his lowest, when he needed someone to hold him up, to take the weight of the world off his shoulders, I was good enough. But when he felt strong, when he finally had the confidence he always wanted, I was disposable. And that's why he left me. That has always hurt more than the betrayal itself. Knowing that deep down, I was never the woman he wanted. I was just the woman he needed until he didn't anymore. And now that he's fallen back into that same darkness, suddenly he remembers me? No, not this time. This time he can drown on his own, because I'm not that woman anymore. The one who desperately tries to save someone who would have never done the same for me. He didn't realize what he had until he lost it, but now it's too late. Now on to the next story. Story 5. On the day of the wedding, my fiancé's lover found out she was marrying me. He had a heart attack on the spot, and Camila immediately announced the wedding's cancellation. The bride left the groom at the altar and ran off with another man. At that moment, I became the laughingstock of everyone. The guests pointed fingers at me, accusing me of being cruel and calling me a murderer. Despite that, I didn't care at all about their opinion. However, even Camila lashed out at me in anger. Why couldn't it have been you who got sick? Deeply hurt, I threw my wedding outfit into the trash and made a phone call. I'll accept the transfer to headquarters. After Camila left, the guests I had graciously invited gathered around me. Their tone was mocking. If you've done something wrong, you should admit it. Apologize to Felipe, or I won't recognize you as a friend anymore. Since the wedding didn't happen, return all the gifts I brought. This is such bad luck. Their malice was blatant, yet I didn't feel an ounce of pain. Ignoring them, I walked straight out of the wedding venue and tossed my tuxedo into the trash. The wedding had been held on a mountainside where few cars passed by. I walked barefoot on the road. Suddenly, Camila called. As soon as I picked up, she began to berate me. I hid this so well from Felipe. Why did you let it slip and make him find out? She was right. She had hidden everything perfectly. The wedding location was a desolate mountain. Everything had been kept simple, and she hadn't invited her friends or family, only mine. Even so, the venue felt empty. Not hearing me respond, her tone sharpened. Felipe didn't even approve of this wedding to begin with, and now it's all ruined. This is your fault. After finding out, there's no way we can get married. Hearing this, I sneered. What is he to you, your mother or your father? Do you need his permission to get married? Her voice faltered at my retort. After a long pause, she spoke again, pretending to be generous. Fine. Just apologize to Felipe. If he forgives you, maybe we can still go through with the wedding. No need, I said coldly. She was taken aback by my words. What do you mean, no need? Camila scoffed, incredulous. Are you saying you don't want to get married? Don't be ridiculous. I couldn't blame her disbelief. After all, we had been together for 7 years, and I had proposed to Camila 6 times until she accepted. Marriage had seemed like my obsession. I opened my mouth to say something more, but before I could, I heard Felipe's voice on the other end of the call. Camila, did you tell him you wanted to get married? Camila quickly denied it. No, I would never marry him. The next moment, the call ended, leaving me cast aside like nothing. Suddenly, rain poured down, drenching me completely. The cold water snapped me awake. My obsession with marriage had finally turned into nothing. When I returned home, I was feverish and my throat burned as if on fire. I took some medicine and fell into a hazy sleep. In my dreams, I seemed to see Camila. She gently touched my cheek, her expression completely different from the anger she had shown at the wedding. When I sat up, she handed me a bag of luxury goods. Even though the wedding didn't happen, you should still have a ring. I opened the bag and found the receipt still inside. It was newly purchased, so she had never planned anything for the wedding. I took the ring and slid it onto my finger. Then I raised my hand in front of her with a slight tilt. The ring slipped off my finger and fell lightly to the ground. "Is this Felipe's size?" I asked, staring at her without a change in my expression. Hearing my words, a flicker of unease crossed Camila's face. Then, as if trying to cover her tracks, she retorted, "Maybe the designer got the wrong size. I mentioned I'll have it redone." Clicking my tongue, I replied casually, "No need, it no longer mattered." Seeing my indifferent attitude, her brows furrowed tightly. "Leonardo, how much longer are you going to act like this?" she snapped. "I was trying to have a civil discussion with you, but look at your pathetic attitude. Let me inform you now, because of his health, Felipe will be staying at our house." Apparently, her rambling only had one goal, to make Felipe stay in our marital home. I didn't want to argue anymore. After a nod, I turned and went to my room. Seeing my silence, she assumed I had given in. "Good thing I was smart enough not to put your name on the property deed. Otherwise, who knows how messy this would get," she muttered as I walked away. Later that night, while Camila was lying beside me, Felipe called her. "I'm not used to being alone in the hospital. It's uncomfortable," he said. Hearing his voice, she immediately got up, ready to leave. At that moment, my phone also rang. It was my mother. "Leonardo, happy birthday," she said warmly. Her voice was loud enough for Camila to hear. Instantly, Camila froze mid-step, her expression stiffening. "Today is your birthday?" she asked. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" But before I could answer, Felipe's crying voice interrupted again on her call. After a moment of hesitation, she turned and walked out. "I'll be back later," she said. Watching her resolute figure disappear, I felt no emotion. I simply said into the phone, "Thanks, Mom. I'm coming home. My real home." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Finally, my mom replied, "That's good. No matter what, I support you." She didn't ask why I suddenly wasn't getting married. She knew me well enough to understand that I wasn't impulsive. There had to be a reason. Camila didn't come back that night. The next day, I booked a plane ticket and went to the office to finalize my resignation. By the time I returned to the apartment, it was the middle of the night. When I entered the door code, it repeatedly showed an error. Frustrated, I called Camila several times, but she didn't answer. Desperation led me to kick the door several times. Finally, after a long wait, the door opened. The moment she saw me, she launched into a tirade. "I just got Felipe to sleep and now you've woken him up with your racket." I ignored her scolding and asked coldly, "You changed the password?" Camila's face was marked by a mix of disdain and exhaustion. She looked like someone who hadn't slept for days, yet her tone was full of contempt. "Yes, I changed the password. Felipe needs to rest and you, Leonardo, only bring chaos to this house." I took a deep breath, feeling the knot in my throat tighten. There was something cold inside me now, something I no longer tried to hide. "So this is your house now?" I asked, forcing a calm I didn't feel. "Where do I stand in your life, Camila?" She rolled her eyes, impatient. "Don't start. I'm done arguing with you. Do you want to come in? Then do it already. Just don't make any noise." Crossing the door, I noticed a strong smell of medicine and wilted flowers in the air. Felipe was there, lying on the couch, breathing heavily. He didn't even open his eyes when I passed by. My presence no longer mattered. It wasn't even a nuisance. I didn't exist anymore. Camila walked to him, adjusting his blanket and whispering things I couldn't hear. It was like I was watching the scene of a life that was never mine. I went to the bedroom that had once been ours. Her clothes were scattered everywhere, but something strange caught my eye. Half of my wardrobe was empty. The spaces where my shirts and belongings used to be were completely bare. Camila had already begun erasing me, replacing me without even having the decency to let me know. I lay down on the bed, but sleep wouldn't come. My mind was racing. All those years of dedication, all the attempts to build a life with her, had been in vain. An obsession that had destroyed me piece by piece while she toyed with me like I was a disposable plaything. Memories came back like knives. Smiles that now seemed fake. I love yous that echoed empty. Every moment was a lie I had believed blindly. The silence of the night was interrupted by the sound of the door. I heard Camila's footsteps heading to the living room again, probably answering yet another call from Felipe. Something inside me snapped. I got up, my bare feet meeting the cold floor, and followed her to the living room. She stood with her back to me, phone pressed to her ear, whispering in that sweet voice that once belonged only to me. I know, love. I'll stay with you. Leonardo will leave soon. He's understood his place. I froze in the doorway, watching her. My hands trembled with rage. Leonardo will leave soon. She had already decided this for me, as if my life and my home no longer mattered, as if I didn't exist. Who are you, Camila? My voice was low, but firm enough to make her spin around abruptly. She hung up the phone immediately, surprise on her face. What are you doing here? That's my question. What are you doing here, Camila, in my house, in my life? What's left of me that you haven't destroyed yet? She scoffed, crossing her arms. Oh, please, Leonardo, stop being so dramatic. Can't you see how pathetic you're being? Felipe needs me. He and me. I interrupted, my voice rising for the first time in months. Who needed me? Me. For the last 7 years, who used me as a fallback until someone better came along? Who took advantage of every moment, of everything I did, only to throw me away like garbage? Her eyes widened for a second, but she quickly regained her composure. You're crazy. I never forced you to do anything. Everything you did because you wanted to. If you regret it now, that's your problem. The laugh that escaped me was bitter, almost deranged. You're right. I did everything because I wanted to, because I was a blind, lovesick fool. But it's over, Camila. It's over. She stepped closer to me, her face inches from mine. And what are you going to do? Leave here as a loser? Cry to your mommy. I leaned in, staring directly into her eyes. No, Camila. I'm going to leave here with my head held high, and you're going to lose everything because that's what you deserve. Before she could respond, I walked to the office, grabbed the documents I had left there months ago, and stuffed them into my bag. Camila followed me, still shouting insults. None of it mattered anymore. The next morning, I went to the bank and signed all the papers necessary to transfer the house to my name, something she never knew I had done, before putting it on the market for sale. Before the wedding, my lawyer had advised me to protect everything, and he was right. Camila had no rights to anything. I returned only to grab my bags. Felipe was still asleep on the couch, oblivious to the chaos. Camila stared at me in the doorway, disbelief written all over her face. What did you do, Leonardo? Her voice trembled. What I should have done a long time ago. Goodbye, Camila. I closed the door, leaving behind not just that apartment, but the life I had. I called my mother, and her calm voice brought me a relief I hadn't felt in years. I'm on my way home, Mom. She sighed on the other end of the line. We're waiting for you, son. As I drove, my phone rang again, an unknown number. I answered, and a firm voice spoke. Mr. Leonardo? This is the hospital. Felipe's condition has worsened, and Miss Camila listed you as the emergency contact. I braked suddenly, my heart pounding. Part of me wanted to hang up and move on, but another part, the part still seeking closure, knew I needed to see how far this would go. I'm on my way, I replied, emotionless. I didn't know what awaited me at the hospital. One thing was certain. This wasn't over yet, and I wouldn't leave this story without leaving my mark. I arrived at the hospital still carrying the weight of the past few hours. The corridor was cold, dimly lit with that typical smell of medicine and disinfectant. A nurse guided me to the reception desk, where the attendant informed me that Felipe was in the intensive care unit. The scene felt like a half-finished nightmare. Me being called to solve a problem that wasn't mine. Is Camila here? I asked, more out of curiosity than any real desire to see her. She left a while ago, the nurse replied indifferently. Of course. When things got tough, Camila ran. That's what she always did. I walked up to the glass of the ICU and saw Felipe lying in the bed, frail with tubes and machines attached to his body. For the first time, I didn't feel anger. I felt pity. Felipe, the man who had torn my life apart, was unrecognizable, like a boy in need of help. Irony, the one who had humiliated me and robbed me of my trust now depended on my mercy. The doctor approached, adjusting her glasses. His condition is critical. Camila left instructions, but we haven't been able to contact her. You're the only listed emergency contact. I took a deep breath, keeping my emotions in check. So, doctor, what happens now? He needs to be transferred to a larger hospital or placed under home care, but someone has to sign the paperwork and cover the costs. Silence filled the corridor. Home care costs. Camila was throwing another burden onto me, trusting that I, as always, would clean up her mess. But not this time. I can't help, I replied firmly. My relationship with him is non-existent. If Camila doesn't show up, find another contact. The doctor looked at me in surprise but didn't argue. For the first time, I wasn't there to fix everything. I wasn't the man who would jump in to save her world anymore. I left the hospital feeling something strange. Relief. It was as if I'd finally broken free of the chains binding me to that story. Yet, the feeling was temporary. I knew Camila would come back, that somehow she'd try to pull me back into that cycle. Days later, I got a call from my lawyer. The house had been sold, and the transfer of funds was complete. I now had a healthy bank account, a new job waiting for me at company headquarters, and a plane ticket to a future that was finally mine alone. But as expected, Camila sought me out. She showed up at my parents' house on the day I was packing my bags. Can we talk? Her voice sounded tired, defeated. For the first time, she didn't look arrogant. I crossed my arms, staring at her calmly. About what, Camila? She hesitated, maybe because she knew she wouldn't control this conversation. About Felipe and about us. He's in bad shape, Leonardo. He needs help. And you know deep down that I need you too. I need you. Words that would have shattered me once. Now they felt empty. I smirked bitterly. No, Camila. You don't need me. You need someone to carry the weight of your choices. Her eyes widened, maybe surprised by the coldness in my tone. How can you be so heartless? I know I'm. But what? I cut her off mercilessly. You threw away 7 years of my life. You lied to me, mocked everything I gave you. Now you just want me to fix the mess you made. She took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. I don't want to argue. I just wanted to think about Felipe. He'll die if he doesn't get help, and you know it. I stepped closer to her, my gaze unwavering. You had choices, Camila. You had everything in your hands, and you destroyed it. Don't put this on me. If Felipe dies, that's not my fault. Maybe you made the same bad choice as you did before. She looked at me as if she didn't recognize me anymore. Who are you? Someone who finally woke up. I took a deep breath, feeling relief and saying what I'd held back for so long. Now leave. My life has no room for you anymore. Camila opened her mouth to respond but stopped herself. She turned and walked away. I watched her disappear down the dirt road leading from my parents' house. For the first time, I felt that the spell had been broken. Months later, I was in my new job in a new city. My life was finally simple, organized, without shadows of the past. One Friday afternoon, my mother called. Leonardo, did you see the news? No, what happened? She hesitated for a moment before continuing. Felipe died. Camila is on the news. It seems his debts were enormous. She's lost everything, even the house they lived in. A silence stretched between us. I didn't feel joy, but I didn't feel sadness either. It was simply the inevitable result of so many bad choices. That's a shame, I replied sincerely. She tried to contact you, my mother added, sounding worried. But I didn't give her your number. Thank you, Mom. There's nothing left to say. I hung up the phone and looked out the window of my apartment. The city was alive, full of movement. A new life stretched before me, clean, free of ghosts. Camila had fallen into the hole she dug for herself, and I would no longer extend my hand. That night, while walking through the park near my home, I saw a couple laughing together, sharing glances full of love. I felt a pain in my chest, but it was different this time. It wasn't longing or pain, it was hope. Maybe one day I could love again. Maybe one day the past would be nothing more than a distant memory. And this time, I was ready to move forward. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My name's Nate. I'm 28, single, no kids, and according to my family, particularly my dad and older brother, Mark, I'm nothing but a problem. That was what Mark spat at me the last time I was home, just before our dad added with a shrug. This family would finally have peace without you. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't cry or defend myself. I just stood up, grabbed my jacket, and walked out the front door into the cold evening without another word. That was exactly 8 days ago. Since then, I've stayed silent. No calls, no texts, no visits, not even a social media like. And this morning, I woke up to 17 missed calls. Every single one from them. But let me take you back a bit, because this story didn't start last week. It started years ago, maybe even decades if I'm honest. Ever since we were kids, Mark was the golden boy. Captain of the football team, straight A's, never grounded. The kind of kid parents hung medals and newspaper clippings on the fridge for. I, on the other hand, was the sensitive one. I liked drawing, reading, music, basically everything Mark didn't. Where he got praise, I got warnings. Why can't you be more like your brother? Was practically the family motto. By the time I hit high school, I'd already internalized the idea that I was a disappointment. Things only got worse when Mom passed away 5 years ago. She was the only one who really saw me, the only buffer I had. When she passed away, something shifted. Dad stopped pretending to tolerate me. And Mark inherited the role of moral compass and family spokesperson, which basically meant everything was his way or the highway. I chose the highway more often than not. Still, I tried. I really did. I'd show up for birthdays. I'd offer to help with house repairs. I even loaned Mark $5,000 when he needed to cover a down payment on his new car. I never asked for it back, not once, but none of that ever changed how they saw me. If I expressed an opinion that didn't align with theirs, I was being difficult. If I didn't want to spend a weekend helping my dad paint the garage, I was ungrateful. And when I landed a remote IT job and finally moved into my own apartment, Dad's response wasn't congratulations. It was, don't mess it up. The most recent blow-up started over something laughably minor. It was a Saturday. We were all at Dad's place for dinner, me, Mark, his wife Lauren, and their 2 kids. I brought a dessert, homemade tiramisu. I'd spent the whole morning making it. Lauren took one look and went, "Oh, this has alcohol, doesn't it? The kids can't eat this." Sure, technically yes, there was a tiny bit of Marsala wine in it, but it was barely enough to taste and nobody was forcing the kids to eat it. I said calmly, "It's mostly for the adults, but I can make something else next time." Mark didn't like that. He scoffed and muttered under his breath, "Always has to be different." I let that slide even though my blood pressure spiked. Then Lauren loudly suggested ordering some kid-friendly dessert instead, and Dad jumped in, saying, "See, this is the problem. You always make things harder than they need to be." I left the room. My hands were shaking, but I didn't speak. Not yet. I went to the kitchen, trying to breathe, trying to calm down. That's when Mark followed me in, leaned against the fridge and said, "You're nothing but a problem, Nate. You always have been." It was so matter-of-fact, like he was stating the weather. I looked at him for a long second, searching for a trace of remorse or even awareness. There was none. I walked out to the dining room, grabbed my coat from the back of the chair, and as I passed Dad, he added his own finishing line without even looking up from his plate. "This family would finally have peace without you." No one stopped me, not even Lauren, who at least used to pretend to be neutral. I closed the door behind me, walked out to my car, and sat there for maybe half an hour. I wasn't crying. I wasn't angry. I felt hollow, like I just sat through the funeral of a relationship I'd been trying to resuscitate for too long. That night, I packed a bag and drove back to my apartment in the city, vowing not to reach out again. The first few days were quiet. Honestly, that silence was a relief. I started reading again. I went to the gym. I watched movies I'd been meaning to see. I even started sketching, a hobby I hadn't touched in years. No passive-aggressive calls, no guilt trips, just peace. Then came the first missed call. It was from Lauren. I ignored it. Then one from Dad, then two from Mark. Yesterday there were 5 more. And this morning 17. 17 calls. All from them. No voicemails. Just a screen full of missed attempts like they were panicking. I didn't answer any of them. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious. Something had happened. Something big. Maybe Mark lost his job. Maybe Dad had a health scare. Or maybe they finally realized what it feels like when someone you treat like a problem decides to disappear. I'm not ready to call back. Not yet. Part of me wants to know what's going on. But another part, maybe the stronger part, is still sitting in that kitchen remembering the look on my brother's face when he told me I didn't belong. And if they want something from me now, well, they might be about to learn what happens when the problem stops playing along. I didn't return any of the calls. I just stared at my phone, half expecting it to start ringing again in real time. When it finally did, around noon, I just watched it vibrate on the table. It was Dad again. I muted it and slid its screen down like it was leaking poison. Whatever they wanted now, it wasn't my problem anymore. Or at least that's what I told myself. But the thing about cutting off toxic people is that the silence they leave behind isn't always peaceful. Sometimes it echoes. Sometimes you find yourself reliving old conversations, trying to see where things went so wrong. I thought about Mom a lot that day, about how different everything was when she was around. I remembered how she used to sneak little gifts into my room after arguments with Dad, books, sketch pads, candy bars. I thought about how she'd quietly intervene when Mark tried to bully me growing up. She saw me, she defended me, and after she passed away, it felt like nobody did. So yeah, I was tempted to call back, not because I forgave them or missed them, but because a part of me still wanted to believe they were capable of being better, that they might have finally realized how cruel they'd been. That maybe, just maybe, something inside them cracked. Then came the text. It was from Lauren. "Hey Nate, sorry to reach out like this, but something's going on with your dad. He's been in and out of the hospital since Tuesday. Mark's overwhelmed. Could you call when you have a sec?" I stared at the message for a full minute before locking my phone. Hospital since Tuesday. I blinked. That was 4 days ago, and they're just now texting me? After everything they said, after telling me the family would finally have peace without me, they want me to come running when things fall apart. I sat down on my couch, elbows on knees, trying to slow my breathing. My first thought was guilt. I won't lie about that. But then it shifted fast into confusion and then something colder. Anger. Not just at the message, but at the implication. Because the truth is, they didn't want me there for support. They wanted me there to fix things. Again, that had always been my role, hadn't it? The emotional punching bag, the silent helper, the scapegoat, and the backup plan. I was the one who picked up their messes without complaint. Who covered the emergency bills when Mark's freelance work dried up. Who quietly set up monthly payments toward Dad's medical debt 2 years ago when no one else offered. And now that they'd finally pushed me out, now that I was gone, they were realizing just how many invisible threads I'd been holding together. And here's the kicker. They hadn't even told me he was sick. I found out through a third-party text from the one person who'd never once defended me when the family tore into me. Not a direct call. Not a sincere message. Just a little guilt-laced bomb dropped in my lap. I didn't reply. Instead, I opened my banking app. Over the last year, I'd been quietly contributing $500 a month to help Dad cover his health insurance premium. It was an autopay I'd set up after overhearing him complain that the new plan was bleeding him dry. I never told him. I just set it up and let him believe some anonymous government subsidy kicked in. It was easier that way, cleaner. But now, I stared at that line in my budget like it didn't belong to me. Didn't. That version of me, the one who took abuse, stayed silent, and kept giving out of some twisted sense of obligation, had walked out of that house last week and hadn't looked back. So I canceled the autopay. I expected to feel bad. I didn't. I felt lighter, almost like a string had been cut. And suddenly I could breathe easier. And then another text came in, this time from Mark. "I don't care what happened last week. We need to talk. Call me now. No apology. No. Hey, I know we said some awful things. Just a demand, like he still thought he could summon me like a dog. I laughed out loud for the first time in days. The audacity would have been funny if it weren't so consistent. He hadn't changed. None of them had. They weren't reaching out because they missed me. They were reaching out because the glue had come undone. And for the first time, they were starting to feel the cracks. So I didn't call him. I didn't reply. Instead, I opened my notes app and started writing down everything. I still paid for the utilities on Dad's house, the car insurance under my name that Mark had never transferred over, the shared phone plan Lauren was secretly still on because switching would be too stressful. I made a list, and then one by one I started pulling the plugs. If they really wanted a life without me, fine. But they'd better learn what it costs to erase someone who was keeping the lights on behind the scenes. I was halfway through that list when my phone rang again. Same number. This time I answered just once. And what I heard made me go still because it wasn't Mark. It was my dad. And the voice on the other end was trembling, weak, but not because of illness. Because he finally realized who he'd driven away and who held all the keys. I didn't say anything at first. Not hello. Not what do you want. Not now you call. I just held the phone to my ear and let the silence drag out. And for a few seconds, he didn't speak either. All I could hear was the faint hum of what sounded like a hospital monitor in the background. Then finally, his voice, hoarse and thin. Nate, I know you probably don't want to hear from me. No kidding. But I still didn't speak. I wanted to see where he'd go without me giving him a single emotional foothold. He cleared his throat like he was buying time or maybe just trying to sound stronger than he was. The next words came slower, weighed down. I've been in the hospital. They found some things wrong. Mark's been handling it, but... His breath hitched. I asked him to call you, so it wasn't even his idea. Still, I stayed silent. Let him twist. There's no easy way to say it. I've got a few blockages. Heart's not doing great. They're talking about surgery, but I'm not sure yet. Just thought you should know. He said it like he was doing me a favor. I took a slow breath. I didn't ask about the procedure. I didn't ask how he was feeling. Instead, I finally broke my silence with a single, flat question. And now you need something. He didn't deny it. That alone told me everything. Look, he muttered. I didn't mean what I said the other night. I was angry, stressed, you know how it gets. I closed my eyes. That line, you know how it gets. The family's catch-all excuse for every emotional bruise they left behind. Like being treated like garbage was just part of the scenery. No, I said, voice calm but sharp. I don't know how it gets because I don't talk to people like that. I don't tell my own son he's the problem. I don't sit across from him and tell him the family would be better off if he disappeared. He was quiet again. That dead kind of quiet where you know someone's trying to decide whether to lash out or fold. I didn't mean. You did. I cut in. You meant it. You always meant it. You've just never had to deal with the fallout before. A long exhale on the other end. He didn't argue. That was new. But I wasn't done. You didn't want a son. You wanted a clone of Mark. You got me instead. And you've been punishing me for it since I was 10. Nate, he started. No, I said again, firmer this time. You don't get to talk now. You can't cut someone out of your life and then act surprised when they're not around to help you clean up. The sound that followed wasn't words. It was something between a cough and a sob. It was jarring. I'd never heard my dad make a sound like that in my entire life. And for a second, I didn't feel angry. I felt hollow again because there was a time I would have done anything to hear my dad cry over something I said. Just to know he felt something for me at all. But now it felt too late. I just wanted peace, he said quietly. Everything fell apart after your mom passed. I didn't know how to fix anything, so I took it out on you. That landed like a sucker punch. Not because it was an excuse, but because it was true, and because I'd been waiting years to hear something that even resembled accountability. I didn't let it soften me. You didn't just take it out on me, I said. You made me believe I deserved it. And there it was, the core of it. That was the part that still ached. Not the insults, not the guilt trips, but the years I'd spent twisting myself into knots trying to earn the approval of someone who never gave it freely. The years I thought I had to, that I owed him something. He didn't respond. Not with a defense, not with denial, just silence. And then, "Are you coming back?" I let the question sit. It felt surreal that the same man who'd told me the family would be better without me was now asking if I'd return. I could almost hear the weight behind it. "We need you. Mark's overwhelmed. The money's drying up. We thought you'd always be there." He didn't say any of that, but it was in the way he asked. "Are you coming back?" I thought about my apartment, my little rented space where no one yelled. No one made me feel like a burden. I thought about the sketch pad on my nightstand and the cat I'd adopted 2 months ago named Toby, who curled up next to me every night without judgment. I thought about how, for the first time in years, I'd felt like a whole person away from them. "No," I said, just that one word, but it rang like a bell in my chest. His breath caught again. "Please," he said. "We're family." "Exactly," I replied. "And you taught me exactly how this family treats the people who don't fit the mold. I'm done trying to squeeze into it." He tried again. "At least talk to Mark. He's trying." I almost laughed. "Mark is trying because I'm gone. That's not growth. That's panic." Another pause. Another silence I refused to fill. "Then what happens now?" he finally asked. And for the first time in this entire mess, I felt calm. "You figure it out," I said. "The way I had to when I was 16 and you told me I was a failure. The way I had to when Mom passed away and you didn't even ask how I was coping. The way I had to every time you decided I was the problem." There was a faint, resigned sound on the other end. A click in the throat. I could tell he wanted to fight back, that was his instinct, but he didn't. He just said, "Okay." No begging, no tantrum, just a defeated, uncertain okay. And then I hung up. I didn't wait for more. I didn't leave the line open for a goodbye. I just ended the call. Then I stood up, walked to the kitchen, poured myself a glass of water, and stared out the window at the city skyline. 17 missed calls had turned into one moment of clarity. And they still had no idea just how much more was about to unravel. I thought hanging up would be the end. It wasn't. Over the next 2 days, the messages came in waves. Some pitiful, some furious, some just confusing. First, Lauren texted a long-winded apology filled with phrases like, "misunderstandings," and "we all make mistakes." Then, Mark called 12 times in one afternoon, alternating between voicemails demanding I stop punishing them, and ones trying to guilt-trip me with updates about Dad's blood pressure and upcoming surgery. But I didn't respond, not to a single one. I'd spent 28 years being the family's pressure valve, the peacekeeper, the uncredited problem solver they kicked around until they needed me again. They wanted peace without me. They got it. They just didn't realize peace came with unpaid bills and disconnected safety nets. The next trigger came 3 days after that final call with Dad. It was a Wednesday night around 10:30 p.m., and I was sketching on my couch with Toby curled up against my leg. A chime popped from my email. Subject line, "Notice of lapsed insurance premium. Policy canceled." I already knew what it was. That $500 a month policy I'd been quietly paying since last year. Yeah, that was Dad's supplemental insurance. The one he had no idea wasn't magically government subsidized. Without it, his upcoming heart surgery wouldn't be fully covered. No more low copays, no more name-brand meds. He was going to be in the figure-it-out-yourself tier of medical care now. I sipped my tea and didn't blink. 2 days later, the phone plan was shut off. That same day, I received a panicked message on Facebook Messenger, of all places, from Lauren. "Hey, I think something's wrong with our phones. Can you check the account?" I didn't reply, but I did block her. The car insurance came next. I'd been co-signing for Mark's SUV, still in my name from when he couldn't qualify for his own loan 3 years ago. The account was spotless until I closed it. I sent one final payment to cover the current month, then canceled my authorization and mailed a notarized release of liability to the DMV, effective immediately. Anything that happened with that car, it was on him. I even pulled the safety deposit box Dad forgot he put in my name after Mom passed, filled with documents, birth certificates, and the deed to their old cabin that they always said they'd renovate someday. That deed was officially transferred back to me since I was still co-owner. They'd never changed it. Guess they didn't expect the disappointment of the family to know how to handle legal paperwork. Then I went quiet again and waited. It didn't take long. That weekend, my doorbell rang. I didn't answer. A minute later, a knock, tentative, unsure. Then I heard the voice. "Nate, please just open the door." It was Mark. I waited, watching him through the peephole. He looked thinner, exhausted. His usual arrogant posture was gone. Shoulders slouched, hair unkempt, dark circles under his eyes. He looked like a man on the edge. I opened the door halfway, just enough so he knew I was there. He didn't speak at first, just looked at me. I let the silence settle. Finally, he said, "We need help." I nodded. I figured. I didn't know about the insurance or the car or the house bills. Dad's losing his mind. Lauren's freaking out. I had to borrow money from her parents just to cover groceries. I didn't respond. I let him keep talking. Dad might not be able to get the surgery now. They said it'll cost more out of pocket. And the hospital's pressuring us for some kind of payment plan. Still, I waited. He finally looked up, eyes brimming. "Why are you doing this?" I laughed once, not loudly. Just a small, sharp puff of air. "Why am I doing this? You called me a problem, Mark. You said the family would have peace without me. I just agreed." He swallowed. "We were angry. You know how he is. And I'm done making excuses for him," I said. "And for you. We're your family." "No," I replied. "You were. Family doesn't weaponize love. Family doesn't isolate you, belittle you, then expect you to pay the bills when everything falls apart." He looked down, rubbing the back of his neck like he used to do when Mom scolded him as a kid. "I didn't think you'd actually walk away." I shrugged. "That's the thing about bridges, Mark. You never think they'll burn until they're already ash." He blinked. I think he realized right then that there was no magic phrase. No half-hearted apology that would reset things. No way to undo years of emotional erosion in a single doorstep conversation. "What do you want?" he asked quietly. "Do you want us to beg? Is this revenge?" I shook my head. "I don't want revenge. I want freedom. I want peace. The kind you all said you'd have without me. So enjoy it." I started to close the door. He stepped forward instinctively, and for a second I thought he'd try to push it open, but he didn't. He stopped. "Nate," he said, voice cracking. "I'm sorry." That gave me pause. It wasn't shouted. It wasn't performative. Just a whisper of a man who finally realized the depth of the damage he'd helped cause. I met his eyes. "I hope you mean that. Not because I need it, but because you do." Then I shut the door. For good. 3 weeks passed. I didn't hear from any of them. No new messages, no calls, no knocks. I thought maybe that was the end of it until a letter came in the mail. Handwritten, no return address, just my name on the front. I sat at the kitchen table, opened it and scanned the first line. "Nate, I don't know if you'll ever read this, but I wanted you to know I heard you. I don't expect forgiveness. I probably don't deserve it, but I am sorry for everything. I spent too long trying to shape you into someone you weren't. I see that now. It was from Dad." He went on, detailing things I'd waited my whole life to hear. He admitted he took his grief out on me after Mom passed away. He acknowledged that I was never lesser, just different, and he couldn't handle that. He said Mark told him everything, the canceled policies, the insurance, the calls, the way I walked away. And then came the part that finally brought tears to my eyes. "I told you once this family would have peace without you. I was wrong. There is no peace without you, only silence." He ended the letter by saying he wouldn't contact me again unless I reached out first. No guilt, no pressure, just space. I folded the letter and set it aside. Then I looked around my apartment. The sun was spilling through the windows. Toby was stretched out on the floor, blinking at me slowly like he knew something had shifted. I didn't call them. Not that week, not the next. But I kept the letter. And every time I looked at it, I remembered something important. Peace isn't given, it's claimed. And for the first time in my life, I had it. Not because they changed, but because I finally did. Now on to the next story. Story 7. Hey, I'm Alex. I'm not the one to make a big deal out of things. But this situation with my parents has been spiraling out of control, and I can't keep quiet about it anymore. My parents, John and Linda, are the kind of people who think they can talk their way out of anything, that if they say it enough times people will just give in. I've always been the responsible child in the family, the one they relied on when things got tough. But they didn't always see it that way. You see, growing up I watched them make one bad decision after another. They couldn't hold on to money to save their lives. Overspending on luxuries they didn't need, never budgeting properly, always living beyond their means. Every time they'd come to me with their hands out asking for help, I'd lend them money or help with their bills, thinking that eventually they'd get their act together. But they didn't. They just kept digging themselves deeper. Now I'm 30. I have my own place and I've worked hard to build something for myself. It's not a mansion, but it's mine. A little 2-bedroom house in a quiet neighborhood. Just enough space for me to feel comfortable. I've been living here for a few years now, and it's the first time in my life that I felt like I finally made it. But, of course, my parents didn't see it that way. It all started a few months ago when they showed up on my doorstep unannounced. I wasn't expecting them. I had just gotten back from a long day at work, tired as hell, and when I opened the door there they were, standing in front of me with those sheepish, apologetic smiles they always put on when they wanted something. "Hey, Alex," my dad said, his voice a little more hesitant than usual. "We need to talk." "Yeah," I asked, trying to mask the exhaustion in my voice. I didn't have time for another one of their help us out requests, but I could tell this was different. The look on their faces was serious. "Can we come in? We need to discuss something important," my mom added, a little too eagerly. I stepped aside, letting them into the living room, already bracing myself for whatever they had planned. I couldn't say no. I was always the one they turned to when things fell apart. But this time, something in my gut told me it wasn't going to be a simple request. We sat down and the conversation started innocently enough. They tried to ease into it, talking about how hard things had been for them lately. It wasn't the first time they complained about financial struggles, but this time it seemed different. "We've been going through a rough patch," my dad began. "You know how it is. The economy's been tough and we made some bad decisions, but we're trying to fix it." I nodded, keeping my expression neutral. I didn't want to sound too cynical, but I'd heard this all before. There was always an excuse, always something that had caused their problems. Then they dropped the bombshell. "We've been looking at our options, and we were hoping you could help us out." My mom looked at me with those puppy dog eyes that always made me feel guilty. "Alex, we're not asking for money this time. We need a place to stay." I blinked, caught off guard. "What? Place to stay? What do you mean?" My dad chimed in, his voice getting a little more desperate. "Our finances are completely shot, Alex. We can't keep up with the bills anymore and we don't have anywhere else to go. We were thinking maybe we could move in with you, just for a little while until we get back on our feet." I froze, my heart sank. They were asking me, no, demanding me, to let them move into my home. I was speechless for a second. I could feel the weight of their words pressing down on me. This wasn't just about a temporary favor. No, they were planning to stay indefinitely. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my cool. "I don't know, Mom, Dad. I don't think that's a good idea. I have my own space and I've worked really hard to make this my home. I don't think I can just take you both in. You've been here before and it's always been temporary, but this time..." My mom's face shifted instantly from desperate to defensive. "What are you saying, Alex? You're our child. We raised you, gave you everything we had, and now that we need help you can't even offer us a roof over our heads." I could feel the guilt trip coming and it hit me like a ton of bricks. "It's not like that, it's just... You owe us, Alex," she snapped, cutting me off. "All those years we spent raising you, sacrificing for you, and now you can't even do this one thing for us?" I was taken aback by her tone. This wasn't the mother who used to tell me I could always count on her. This was something else. She wasn't asking for help. She was demanding it, as if I was obligated. My dad jumped in then, his voice more forceful. "This is what family does, Alex. You help out when it counts. You can't just leave us out in the cold. You have no idea how hard things are right now." I was getting angry now. "I understand you're struggling, But that doesn't mean I'm required to put my life on hold for you. I'm not your safety net. Their faces darkened, the smiles from earlier vanishing. Well, if you're not willing to help us, my dad said, his tone shifting, I guess we'll have to figure out something else. There was a pause as I stared at them, realizing that this wasn't just about moving in anymore. They were about to pull out all the stops to make me feel guilty enough to cave in. I'm not saying no, but you're asking for a lot here, I replied, trying to stay calm. But inside I was already feeling the tension build. We're your parents, Alex, my mom said, standing up. You owe us for everything we've done for you. All we're asking for is a place to stay while we get back on our feet. I could feel the heat rising in my chest, my patience slipping away. This wasn't just a simple request anymore. It was a full-on demand, and my parents were acting like I had no right to say no. It was like they thought I owed them everything just because they raised me, and that's where they were wrong. I'm not going to let you just move in here like it's nothing, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I've worked hard for this place and it's mine. I'm not in a position to take on both of you. My dad shook his head like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. You really don't get it, do you? This isn't just about you anymore. It's about family. You're turning your back on us when we need you the most. How could you live with yourself knowing we're struggling and you have the means to help? My mom joined in, her voice dripping with fake sadness. I'm so disappointed in you, Alex. We've always supported you, and now, when it's our turn, you can't even give us a place to stay. I guess you don't care about us the way we cared about you. She wiped away an exaggerated tear, making sure I saw it. The guilt-tripping was thick, but it wasn't working. I'd had enough. This was the same act I'd seen 100 times before, and I wasn't buying it anymore. You've made terrible financial decisions, and now it's my responsibility to fix it, I said, my voice sharp. I can't help you just because you spent all your money on stupid things. I stood up, feeling the weight of the conversation finally settling on me. Look, I'm sorry things are tough, but you're not coming here. You need to figure this out on your own. I'm not your fallback. There was a long silence. My parents exchanged a glance, and I could tell that their plan to emotionally manipulate me was starting to unravel. But instead of backing down, they doubled down. My dad let out a long, frustrated sigh. I can't believe you're making this so difficult. You don't understand what it's like to be in our shoes. He stood up and paced a little, rubbing his forehead. You're making us out to be the villains here, but all we're doing is asking for help. What kind of child refuses to help their parents in need? I felt the anger bubbling up again. You're not helpless, you're just irresponsible. And I'm not going to let you guilt me into giving you a free ride. At that point, I was done. I'd had enough of their manipulation, their guilt trips, their sense of entitlement. But I wasn't prepared for what came next. My parents didn't take rejection well. The next morning, I woke up to a surprise. As I was making my coffee in the kitchen, I heard a knock at the door. It was way too early for anyone to be visiting, especially with the drama from the night before still fresh in my mind. I figured it was probably my parents again, coming to beg, but I wasn't ready to deal with them yet. I opened the door and, sure enough, there they were, both standing on my front porch with stern faces. We need to talk, my dad said without even so much as a greeting. Not now. I don't want to do this again, I replied, ready to shut the door. But before I could, my mom stepped forward, blocking the entrance. You're not getting away with this, Alex, she said, her voice cold and firm. We're not leaving until you do the right thing. I could feel my stomach drop. I'd been expecting some kind of escalation, but this was beyond what I thought they'd do. They were literally trying to force their way into my house. What are you talking about? I said, confused but increasingly alarmed. We thought about it, and we're not leaving until you let us move in, my dad said, his tone final. You can't just push us away like this. We're your parents. You owe us. You have to help us. Dad, get out of the way, I said, trying to keep my cool. This is my home, and I've told you no. But they didn't move. My mom stepped forward, her eyes narrowed in frustration. You don't understand. We have nowhere else to go. We can't keep living like this. If you don't help us, then you're no better than the people who've abandoned us. You owe us this, Alex. Don't make us beg. It was becoming clear they weren't leaving anytime soon. I took a step back, suddenly feeling cornered. I could hear my heart pounding in my chest. This wasn't just a request anymore. It was a demand, and they weren't going to take no for an answer. Stop. I'm telling you, leave now, I said, my voice shaking with anger. But they stood there, unmoving. This wasn't about family anymore. This was about control, and they weren't going to stop until they had their way. I could feel my blood boiling. I wasn't going to back down. They couldn't just barge in and take over my life like this. This was no longer a simple family disagreement. This was an invasion of my space, my life, and my peace of mind. I took a deep breath, trying to remain calm, but my patience was wearing thinner by the second. I'm not doing this anymore, I said, my voice steady despite the anger bubbling inside me. I've asked you nicely. I've tried to reason with you, but now you're forcing this on me and I'm done. I'm calling the cops. Both of them froze for a moment. There was silence. My dad looked at me almost as if I had slapped him. He blinked a few times, his face turning red with a mix of frustration and disbelief. You're calling the cops? He said, his voice rising. You're going to call the police on your own parents? My mom stepped forward, her expression hardening. This is how you repay us after everything we've done for you? You're going to call the cops because we need help. Her voice was thick with outrage, but there was also a hint of fear. I could see the wheels turning in her head. She knew I wasn't bluffing. I'm calling the cops, I repeated firmly. I wasn't giving in, no matter how much they tried to manipulate me. They had already crossed a line by refusing to respect my boundaries, and I wasn't going to let them do it any further. I reached for my phone in my pocket, but before I could unlock it, my mom grabbed my arm. Her grip was tight, and I could feel the anger in her touch. You're making a huge mistake, Alex, she spat. You think you're better than us? You think you can just shut us out? You owe us. We did everything for you when you were little. How dare you turn your back on us like this? Her words hit me like a slap in the face. It was the same tired, guilt-tripping speech they'd given me time and time again, but now it felt more suffocating than ever. They had no right to manipulate me like this. I had worked hard to get to where I was, and I wasn't about to let them ruin that for me. I shoved her hand off my arm. No, you're the ones making a mistake. You think you can come in here, take over my house, and manipulate me into giving you a place to stay just because you feel entitled to it? No. My dad clenched his fist, his face turning redder with each word I said. If you do this, you'll regret it, he warned, his voice low and dangerous. You're destroying this family. You're going to be the one who's alone when we're gone. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I didn't flinch. I was done listening to threats. Goodbye, Dad, I said, and I quickly pulled my phone out, dialing the non-emergency line for the police. I could hear my parents arguing in the background as I waited for the line to connect. My dad was shouting now, demanding I open the door. You can't do this. You'll be sorry, Alex. We're your parents. But I didn't open the door. I didn't let their words affect me. I just focused on the phone call, waiting for the dispatcher to answer. 911. What's your emergency? I took a deep breath, trying to stay as calm as possible. Hi. I need to report a situation at my house. My parents are here and they're trying to force their way into my home. They're making threats and refusing to leave. I've asked them to leave multiple times and now they're being aggressive. The dispatcher's voice was professional and calm. Okay, sir, I understand. We'll send someone to your location. Stay on the line and do not open the door unless you're certain it's law enforcement. I thanked the dispatcher, hanging up just as I heard my dad pounding on the door. His voice was muffled, but I could hear the fury in his words. You're going to regret this, Alex. You just destroyed everything. But I was done. I wasn't going to give in to their manipulation anymore. I backed away from the door and took a few steps into the living room, my mind racing. I couldn't believe this was happening. I thought I was done with all the drama, but now it seemed like it was escalating faster than I could keep up with. A few minutes later, I heard sirens outside. My stomach twisted in knots, but I stayed put, waiting for the cops to arrive. When they finally pulled up, I felt a mix of relief and dread. This wasn't how I'd wanted things to go, but my parents weren't leaving me with any other choice. I opened the door just enough to let the officers inside. "Please take care of this," I said, my voice trembling with a mix of exhaustion and anger. The officers stepped in immediately, sizing up the situation. My parents were standing there, arms crossed, looking more defiant than ever. "You need to leave," one of the officers said firmly, his tone no nonsense. "We've been called here for a disturbance. You're not allowed to force your way into this home." My dad opened his mouth to argue, but the officer cut him off. "I suggest you leave now, or you'll be arrested for trespassing." The silence in the room was deafening. My mom looked at my dad, and for the first time I saw a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, but it was short-lived. They weren't done yet. The officers stood firm, and after a long, tense standoff, my parents seemed to realize that their manipulation tactics weren't going to work this time. They stood there for a moment, glaring at me, trying to figure out their next move. It was clear to me that they were frustrated, but also not ready to completely give up. I could hear my mom mumbling something under her breath as she backed away from the door. "This isn't over," she muttered. "You'll regret this, Alex. You'll see." She and my dad exchanged a few heated words as they turned to leave, their heads hanging in defeat. The officers gave them a final warning to stay off the property, and with that, they turned and left. For a moment, I thought maybe that was it, that the tension was finally over. But I should have known better. It wasn't long before I started seeing posts on social media. My phone buzzed repeatedly, each notification more explosive than the last. First, there was a post from my mom. Her profile picture was of our whole family when we were still close. She had a way of using old photos to tug at heartstrings. "So disappointed in my son today. I've given him everything and this is how he repays me. I'm just a mother who's always been there for him. Is this the kind of child he's going to be? A selfish one? I don't know how he can sleep at night knowing he's throwing his own parents out on the street." The post had barely been up for a few minutes before the comments started rolling in. My mom's friends, a lot of them from her church group, chimed in with their sympathy. "Such a shame, Alex. You were raised better than this," one comment read. Another one said, "You're in my thoughts, Karen. A mother deserves better than this." Then my dad posted something too. His tone was much more direct. "I raised that kid. I put a roof over his head, fed him, worked day and night to give him everything he has, and this is how he treats me. He'll come crawling back when he realizes what he's done, but I'm not sure I'll be here when he does." I felt the sting of his words, but it was nothing compared to the anger that followed. My phone started lighting up with messages. My siblings were texting me, asking what the hell was going on. My sister, Mia, was the first to reach out. "Alex, is everything okay?" she asked. "What's with all the posts from Mom and Dad? I've never seen them this upset." I ran my hands through my hair, trying to think of how to explain without sounding defensive. "Mia, they're lying. They're trying to make me look like the bad guy because I won't let them move into my house. They've done this before, manipulating me, using guilt to get what they want. I've had enough." She responded almost immediately, "But don't you think you should be helping them? You know they did do a lot for you when you were younger. I get that they're asking a lot, but they're your parents." I stared at the message, my mind racing. I had already tried explaining to her, but I could tell it wasn't sinking in. I needed to talk to her face to face, but my parents had made their move online, spreading their narrative across every platform they could. As if on cue, my phone buzzed again, this time with a message from my aunt. She was one of the more reasonable people in the family. "Alex, I don't want to take sides, but I'm seeing these posts from your parents. It's hard to ignore. You've always been so independent, but don't you think it's a little harsh to throw them out like that? Are you sure there's no way you can work something out?" I let out a frustrated sigh. This was the last thing I needed right now. My parents had turned to social media to get the family involved, to pit them against me. They were making me look like the villain to everyone who would listen. I sat back down on the couch, rubbing my temples. I had to do something. I couldn't just let them spin this narrative without giving my side of the story. But what could I do? If I responded directly, I would just be playing into their game. If I stayed silent, the narrative would grow and I'd be left trying to clean up the mess later. I stared at my phone, deciding I'd play it their way. I'd let them keep posting their angry rants online for now, but I knew this wasn't going to end until I made sure my side was heard too. The phone rang again, this time with a call from Mia. Her voice was tight when I picked up. Alex, I don't know what's going on, but this is starting to look bad. People are starting to side with them. They're telling everyone you're being cruel. Even Grandma sent me a message saying you're not showing respect for them. I held my breath for a moment, trying to steady my voice. I am showing respect, but I've had enough, Mia. This isn't about respect. This is about them manipulating me for years. They've crossed a line and I'm not backing down. She hesitated, clearly torn. I'm not sure what to believe anymore, Alex. Maybe you should just let them stay for a little while until things calm down? It doesn't have to be forever, right? I could feel my patience wearing thin. Mia, listen. If I give in now, it will never stop. You know how they are. This is about control, not family. I'm not giving them that power anymore. She didn't respond immediately, and I knew the conversation wasn't over, but in that moment I felt a surge of clarity. I couldn't let my parents' social media posts determine my life. I would take control of my own narrative one way or another. The notifications kept flooding in as I scrolled through my phone, but I knew that now wasn't the time to reply. I would make my stand, but on my terms, and soon my parents would see that they couldn't manipulate me anymore. As the night wore on, I continued to watch as my parents flooded social media with their posts, trying to paint me as the villain. They posted pictures of themselves looking miserable, making passive-aggressive comments about how their son has abandoned them, trying to gather sympathy from anyone who would listen. I had had enough. I'd given them more than enough chances over the years to show that they could respect my boundaries, and they had continuously trampled over them. I wasn't going to let this cycle continue, not now, not ever. The next day, I sat down and composed my response. I didn't care if it was going to upset some people. It was time to set the record straight. I took a deep breath and started typing. Let's set the record straight. Yes, I asked my parents not to move in. Why? Because they've repeatedly taken advantage of my kindness, made poor financial decisions, and always expected me to bail them out. I've given them my time, my money, and my patience for years, but the line was crossed when they tried to manipulate me into taking them in again without ever changing their behavior. The truth is, it's not about helping them, it's about control. I've been working hard to build my own life, and I'm not going to let them undo everything just because they feel entitled to my success. This is not about disrespect, but about boundaries. I have a right to say no, and I'm not apologizing for it. To anyone who feels differently, maybe it's time you ask yourself why you're supporting this kind of behavior. I hesitated for a moment, but then hit post. Within minutes, comments started to roll in. Some of my family members, the ones who didn't know the full story, began posting their support for my parents. My aunt, the one who had asked about things earlier, even left a comment asking why I couldn't just let things go for a while. But I noticed the more honest, straightforward comments started to outweigh the manipulative ones. Then, I saw something I wasn't expecting. Mia commented. It was short, but it meant everything to me. I'm sorry, Alex. I get it now. I'll always have your back. You're doing the right thing. It hit me like a wave. Finally, someone understood. The posts from my parents came to an abrupt halt after that. For a while, it felt like they'd retreated into their own little world of bitterness. I didn't care. I had done what I had to do, and now the ball was in their court. They could keep playing their manipulative games, but I wasn't going to be a pawn in them anymore. A week later, I got a phone call from my mom. Her voice was quieter than usual, but the edge was still there. Alex, you don't know how much you've hurt me. I thought you'd always be there for me, and now you've turned your back on me. I paused for a moment. I had no desire to get dragged back into her guilt trips, so I said simply, "No, Mom. You don't get to control me anymore. I'm not turning my back on you, but I'm setting boundaries and I expect you to respect them. If you need help, I'll be here, but on my terms. I won't keep letting you manipulate me into thinking that you're the only one who matters." There was silence on the other end, and I knew she wasn't happy, but for once it felt like I had the power. They never did come back to my house after that. The social media posts eventually stopped as well. It wasn't easy, but I realized that standing up for myself was the most important thing I could do. No amount of guilt or manipulation could change that. I was done being their doormat, and the world didn't end because of it. And just like that, I reclaimed control over my life. My parents learned a hard lesson that day, one that I had been trying to teach them for years. Family can be complicated, but sometimes you have to draw a line in the sand and say enough is enough. They didn't change overnight, but I did, and that's what mattered. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.